addition to it, in other words.
Marie, we're done. We're ready.
Yeah, I'm looking. Good evening and welcome to the Select Board meeting for September 16th. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for joining us. I have two announcements for tonight. One is there'll be a luncheon held on Friday, September 27th for the seniors. The high school is putting it on here, and that's for the Long Meadow High School dedication ceremony. And there'll be a musical performance as well as a luncheon. And please encourage everyone to come and RSVP please to the administration. The second announcement is that the construction on Meriwether Drive is expected to reach William Street by Tuesday. They are going to try to keep 2 lanes open, but they will be narrowed with cones, so expect delays and please consider alternate routes. Thank you very much. And we will now have visitors' comments. Do we have any visitors' comments today? Okay, and that with the table right there.
Richard Elias, 608 Frank Smith Road, member of the Finance Committee. My first subject is I'd like to thank the Select Board for their positive attitude on our presentation last meeting. There's one factor that did not come up at that, and I think the people of the town should be aware of that. We have a fine chief financial officer. He can tell you everything that's happened since the first day he came into work. I've never had anything being asked of him that he couldn't give us. But this new system will give us continuity. He's going to retire someday. Let's hope it's not going to be for a long time, but he is going to retire. We're going to need some time to put this new system into working, so when somebody comes in to take his place, they'll have everything there and everybody will know what's expected. Second, our board has indicated that we would like to have somebody taking the minutes of our meeting, being a statutory board, and the new time frame for getting the things out. It would be exceedingly hard for a non-professional to bring that to fruition. And third, we had a meeting with your thing where a presentation was made to have change in the bylaws so there could be apartments in this town. The people that presented that are fine people. They worked hard for the town. In fact, they worked harder than most people have worked for the town to get this up. But it's not going to work. First off, when they started off, they were asking, what can we do? What can we do? And nobody bothered to tell them. They were kind of lost. Then a certain organization that made a presentation to us at the last meeting, the Pioneer Valley, said, yeah, you should get affordable housing into Long Meadow. Let me hit a couple of things on that. First off, they have a 300 square feet limitation on that. What's that going to do to the homes? What I worry about is what the property value will happen. If a person puts in a apartment, the house on the right and the house on the left, their property value is going to be affected. We had a big to-do at one of our meetings because people didn't want additional garages put in the property, and that was knocked off. Are we going to put additional garages in? We're going to have people on the street. We're going to have people in the front lawn. It's something that we should really ask the people, do they want it, and not make just a presentation saying, this is what we're going to have. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to, we're going to move on down to the consent agenda. Are there any items that you would like removed from the consent agenda?
The minutes of the meeting, I had some corrections, so I should move those off the.
Okay, anything else on the consent agenda that needs to be removed?
I guess I was unclear. Is the warrant, are we voting today on the warrant articles for fall town meeting?
We're voting to close it.
Just to close it.
Meaning,
That, if we need to make additions to it later, we can as a board, but what has been required is a certain date and schedule for the petitions from the residents. Those have come in, and what we do is we close the warrant, and then later we'll be voting on specifics of the warrant.
meaning there can be no further additions to the
Yes,
warrant.
other than ours.
This is a pro
Understood.
forma step to keep the timeline
Yeah.
under the
Okay.
charter. Yeah.
All right.
I would just ask that we pull that off the consent and just vote that separately, because I'm almost positive we have to actually vote to close the warrant and have to state that as opposed to the consent, having it on the consent agenda.
All right, so that leaves us the block party.
Yep.
Any motion to accept the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the block party requests on Dartmouth and Falmouth Road and Green Acre Avenue.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, and let's go back to the minutes of August 14th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move we approve the minutes of August 14th as distributed.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of, I think August.
September 3rd.
No, there was one on
August
August
24th.
24th.
That's the
I'll move
DPW
we
tour.
approve the minutes of August 24th.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now the regular meeting minutes on September 3rd?
There was something in there.
I'll make, just so we can have discussion, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of September 3rd, 2013, the regular meeting.
Second?
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Yeah, there's a paragraph down near the end during our discussion on, it's under old business, it's just words inserted. It says, Mr. Foster,
I'm sorry, where are you, Mark?
under the casino discussion.
Yep.
Old business, yeah.
Let me just get down there. Yeah, old business casino discussions. Mr. Foster said, voting tonight for traffic study without knowing what PVPC has done, this would be a mistake. I take out the word this.
Okay,
Would be a mistake.
all right.
I'm channeling my inner Jennifer.
Okay, any other changes?
No.
All those approve of the minutes of September 3rd with the alteration of the,
Aye.
Aye.
and the special meeting minutes on September 9th.
I'll move we approve the minutes of September 9th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we're coming up to 10 after, and we do not have Womaco here, so we should,
Don't
Oh.
want to say it. I'm sure they're over at the other meeting room. I'm sure. Just
I would make a motion to
Of course they are.
postpone the hearing to a later time in the meeting.
okay. Second? Do we have to open it and
I
then,
think we have to-
No, we don't. I'll second that as well. I just wonder if there's anybody here from the public who's going to speak for or against it, just to make sure that.
anyone else here to speak on the Womaco hearing for not 7:10 or 7:15? No? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and we can deal with the 7:15 one in 5 minutes then. Why don't we move ahead to the presentation by the school building committee? And before, I was going to have you come up and sit here, but we have a 3-minute film that was put together by some students from the high school. And the name of their group is Aperture Alliance, and the director was Anthony Ferreira, and he also composed the piece at the very end. Producer and editor was Joseph Rinaldi, and writer, camera operator was Shannon Bailey, and it's very nice. Just be a minute.
Well, you all sit there, Marie?
I hope so.
Okay,
You'll
I'll
have
get
to
the
move
lights.
also.
I'll get the-
Debbie's got the popcorn, so we're all set. We can just sit back and relax, Alex. We got good seats.
That's good.
It's on. It came on.
Let's see here.
The latest technology available
Just,
here in the
there,
district.
it's coming.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go. I would like to again thank Anthony Ferreira, Joseph Rinaldi, and Shannon Bailey for absolutely a wonderful film and a great introduction to the school building committee. Would you please join us?
That's all Peter needs.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and the opening in just a week. It's a very exciting time, and that film just shows what a great accomplishment you've all pulled together. It's a beautiful building, very exciting. Do you want to tell us do you have a smart presentation or to tell us about how things are going?
Absolutely. So just to introduce ourselves right across, Bobby Barquette, co-chair of the committee, and
Tom Murphy, the OPM with Jocelyn Lesser Associates.
Rob Alger with Jocelyn Lesser, the clerk, the on-site representative.
I'm Peter Greenberg, the other co-chair of the school building committee.
Thank you. And how
So-
are things going?
things are going pretty well. Obviously, we have a building up, as you saw from the video, and the school building committee obviously has been working tirelessly to move forward. We have, as you said, on September 28th, very exciting, we're having the opening ceremony that's being hosted by the school committee. And we're excited that they actually invited the entire town of Long Meadow. So it'll be interesting to see how many people get there. But I know folks are anxious to see the inside of the building. They've seen the outside of the building, the growth of the building, the existing Long Meadow High School slowly come down to its foundation, finally to the earth, and be moved out of the way in time for a beautiful parking lot to be paved out and lined and ready for school for the first day. So that progress is being made, and as folks drive by Long Meadow High School today, on September 16th, you can see that there's plantings and landscaping being done. Down that is fall. The upper field is being finished right up here where the old school student parking lot used to exist. And we're also looking forward to having this Bliss entrance being finished up so we can talk about traffic and such there. A new fence was being put around the perimeter of the football field. And I think that'll be helpful. That was a rusty kind of hazard, as it used to be. And it'll line the new sidewalk that runs along Bliss Road from this back parking lot that runs all the way to the end of the fence line there, which would be the pedestrian gate outside of the tennis courts that leads into the football field there. So lights are coming on the outside, and the shape of what's going to be the new high school moving forward is there now.
Thank you. Does the board have questions? Paul?
Yeah. As you know from back to the school night last week, the heating system or air system, one end of the building was nice and cool, the other end was as humid as could be. And how's that, because teachers were talking about it's being worked on and so forth. With school opening, last spring, how long is it gonna take to get that working in the right way? Because it wasn't working that night, obviously. I mean, I don't know if it works at night, if it's supposed to come on at night, but there was a difference in the air in the room, in the building. Is that an issue that's ongoing, or?
Yeah, what we do, again, what I wanted to explain to the committee a little bit about tonight is the process we're in. So if I might, I'll give you a little overview and then answer your question, Paul. But as Bobby said, we're done in the buildings, we've moved into it, and you're gonna see site work going on for the next couple months, wrapping it up. Then behind the scenes, what you're gonna see, what you're not gonna see, what we're gonna be doing a lot of is following up on these are punch list items that we refer to, and sometimes warranty items. So what the architect goes through at the end of a phase where we take occupancy and comes up with a list of things that he says aren't done per the contract. That list goes to the contractor, he fixes them, there's a little bit of back and forth, they generally punch list exchange two, three different times to get it down to zero. So we're going through the second round or third round of punch lists on the new building, phase one that we occupied in February, and we're going through that now for the first round on this phase that we just occupied. Other thing is warranty items sometimes come up after the fact. After we occupy a building, things break, even though the architect has gone through and checked them off. We have a one-year warranty on everything in the building, both workmanship and materials. So we'll be going through after a one-year period and doing a warranty walkthrough. Now, in the case of the the BMS is a building management system. It's an electronic system in which all the HVAC components are plugged into the system. You can log on to it and see every component, what the operating temperature is set at, what the output temperature is, how the fans are working, and all that kind of thing. As we bring in more systems, they get plugged into that BMS, and we're just plugging in the systems now, or just plugged in the systems for this area into the whole BMS. So that punch list items on the BMS is something that is taking a little time to work out the bugs there. Another thing that we've had is we've had training for the maintenance staff on that BMS so that they can log on to the system and see how things are operating. Since we have contractors on site, a lot of times the first call goes to the contractors on site saying, you know, we have a problem with heat in this area. What is the problem? In that case, I think, or at least the most recent case I know about, that might be the one you were mentioning, is an RTU was down just because of a sensor between I think it was the VFD, which is a variable speed fan drive. So there are things like that come up, basically, and what the last thing that we will do as we start now getting to the closeout phase is assemble all the O&M manuals. Right now, the staff has some of the O&M manuals. Owner's maintenance manuals is what O&M stands for. And as we get to the closeout, all of those will go to the custodians, and we will do more training for them on the BMS so they know exactly what is happening with the systems. So in that case, we're kind of between contractor needing to maybe tweak a few things with the BMS. Sometimes there's a warrant. We've had some fans go out that have been replaced under warranty, and then it's also just everybody understanding, getting online to the management system, understand what's going wrong and raising their hand and asking the right question at the right time. So there's a process to work out there, and from the teachers reporting to the staff, and the staff reporting to the powers that be, either with us as the OPM, the contractor who's still on site, or the architect if they have questions. So.
Okay, can I ask some more? You mentioned maintenance and custodians and so forth, so my question is, not just on the inside of the building, but also now starting to look at the landscape that's being planted out there. How ready, and I'm asking the school building committee this, is our staff to take this on? Because that parking lot is a completely different, and I understand there's plantings that are gonna be low maintenance and so forth, but we're gonna have grass that has to be mowed that we didn't have to mow those upper practice fields before, because there was no grass. It was just weeds that were growing in the old school. So my question is, where are we in the process of handing that off to where when the town takes the keys and says, okay, project's over? How prepared is our staff and the knowledge of running? Like you said, that right now we go to, if a contractor's on site, well, contractors are gonna go away eventually, then how confident or how prepared are we to take this over and run with it as a town?
You want to just speak to the training, and then we'll.
Yeah, again, what we've done is we've done some training. In the contract, we own a certain amount of training. So what we did when we occupied phase 1 in February, actually the training happened after February, but as systems came online, we had training with the custodial staff and with the DPW representatives. We had 2 sessions of training. It was just general training off-site at the manufacturer's site. They can log onto the computer and see all the components on that. And then we had some training on-site. But oftentimes there's a little bit of learning curve for the custodians or the town staff on understanding the system. The system's pretty user-friendly. As I said, when you call up a unit, it shows graphically the unit and you can take a look at it. But just working your way through the system sometimes it's an iterative process. So the contract owns a certain number of hours. We've expended just a certain portion of those hours, and the intent is basically to give them an overview of the system, let them get on the system, get their hands dirty a bit, and then come back and ask questions. So what we probably will do now that we brought the renovation portion onto that BMS as well, and we're starting to close out some things, is get together with them again and have another training. Say, okay, you've had a few months to learn the system. Some things you know how to learn, you know how to do. Some things you obviously don't know how to do. So where's your knowledge now, and then try to augment that with more training.
Okay. And the only other follow-up question I have is, when the practice field is done, obviously there's no grass there yet, but do we anticipate using that next year, or do you think that there's gonna be another year for growth on that field?
We were just talking about that earlier.
These two growing seasons.
Yeah.
At least two, so it won't be utilized next year either.
You wanted to get it
For
well
athletic
established,
use.
or it won't?
Oh, no, that's what I'm asking, because I know we've had these discussions with other fields that we've done, in seeded, and we've had fights with sports associations over the use of the field, saying, you know, we planted the seed, it should be good, and our DPW director saying, no, you've gotta give it another season, that's why I just asked that.
And we talked to Gilbane and encouraged them to leave the construction fence around the northwest field there at Bliss and Grassy Gutter there for a while, just to kind of deter traffic even crossing over it, so.
Okay, thank you, I'm good for now.
Mark?
When do you anticipate the last contractor is gonna leave the site, and when do you anticipate the last bill will come in?
Well, that's two different questions.
I get two questions.
Significantly different
Okay.
too.
So Mark, going forward then, I guess from the closeout phase, I can go over the expected phase for the complete closeout. Contractually, substantial completion is November 1, and we're on track to complete by November 1. There will be a few things that aren't done November 1, but we're hoping that most everything on the building is done by then. Fall is planting season, as you know, and we're getting planting in now, so it could be that some plants don't take and we don't have an opportunity, they'll be on the punch list. We don't have an opportunity to change that until springtime. And as I said, the punch list process going back and forth can sometimes be a little bit, there's a lot of back and forth, and it gets narrower and narrower and narrower. So sometimes some of those punch list items can extend out, but we don't expect them to extend out too long. But you won't see, with the exception of just a few odds and ends here and there, I wouldn't expect to see contractors on the site much after November 1. We'll just be closing out financially and on the other items after that. Final invoices will probably come in shortly after that. Again, there are change orders that we're chasing now for some additional scope that we don't have the final price on and don't have it approved. There are change orders for credits that are coming back to us that we still need the paperwork received on. So we'll close that out with the contractor. It's in their interest to close things out as soon as possible as well. After we've closed out financially, we have another couple processes that we have to go through before we can close out the project with the MSBA and finally close it out. One is the commissioning, which now that the building is occupied and systems have been turned over and are operational, and the engineer has signed off on them, or he's, as I said, he's still got a few punch list items. The commissioning agent, which is a third-party person who comes in here, runs the whole system through its paces and checks off and says, yes, this is performing per the design specifications. They'll begin their process. So their process, they'll check everything, all the HVAC systems, plumbing systems. They'll do an infrared of the envelope. They'll start their process relatively soon, but they probably won't finish. I don't think we'll get all the air conditioning systems. They have to be in air conditioning season to finish their checkoff. So my guess is we probably won't get all the air conditioning systems checked off this fall. So we may have to defer some of that until springtime, when we have warm enough weather to do the air conditioning components of that. We're pushing them to try to move that along so we can possibly get the air conditioning done in the fall period. When they're finished, they will sign a document that they're finished, and then that goes to Mass Chips. Mass Chips is a sustainable program that the project is included in, which is similar to LEAD. I think a lot of people are familiar with the LEAD program. For schools, it's called a Mass Chips program. And the town received additional funding from the MSBA for going through this program, so I think we have an extra 2% funding on that for that. So that is a review process that they go through. When the commissioning agent is done, all the documentation of the commissioning as well as all the other components of the building get sent to Mass Chips. They'll do their review, and that process can take a month or two, depending on how many questions they have. They'll have questions for the designer, questions for the owner, and there can be some back and forth for that as well. Once the commissioning is signed off and the Mass Chips is signed off, we can close things out with the MSBA, and then that process has its own duration to it as well. So again, we're thinking probably around the end of the year. We won't see many contractors on the site. Come springtime, we'll be wrapping up commissioning. shortly after that, we can wrap up Mass Chips and probably looking at wrapping up with the MSB, finally closing out the project in summer or fall. So unfortunately, it's a long process. You won't see a lot of people on site, but we will all be working behind the scenes and closing things out, so.
Mark, are you finished?
No, but go ahead, Alice, I've got another one.
So, you made reference to final invoices going out. Are we ever gonna be in a situation where we're gonna have to be asking people to be doing punch list items or doing additional work after they've been completely paid?
No, actually, a good question. I probably should have mentioned that earlier, but punch list, when the punch list started out as a document that, I don't know how many pages it was, but we had over, I think, 1,500 items on each floor of C, a lot of items to be checked off. So that during this back and forth process, we get them down to a more reasonable amount, and then we monetize each item. We go through, in each item, we put a dollar value towards it. All contractors and subcontractors have 5% retainage on their contract. So we hold 5% of their contract until their work is done, completed, and accepted. So now we're at the stage where we will begin to release that retainage, but only up to the monetary value of what's on their punch list. So each subcontractor will have a punch list items of things that are incomplete that will have a monetary value to it, and we can release his retainage up to that value. And the value we put on that is not the value that he would that contractor would take to do the work, but the value is what it would cost us to bring somebody else in to do the work. So we'll hold that until we're satisfied that everything is off the punch list and everything is completed, and then we'll release those money.
Mark, you had another question?
Yeah, I guess so. And I'm looking for two different opinions, perhaps one from folks representing Jocelyn Lesser, another from Bobby and Peter. And that is, Bobby, when you were on this side of the table, I think, there was a vote to expend an extra 2% for the cost of the project to get what was called a construction manager at risk. You know, and I believed at the time that, you know, we were told what the, you know, CM at risk was going to be doing, and I tend to want to look forward, but in this case, it was a pretty hefty chunk of change. Do we get our 2% worth?
1%. I believe the
it
CM at risk
1%?
contract was worth
Maybe it was
1%,
1%, okay.
and that is equated to the MSBA reimbursement. That's what you mean by the 1%, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Are we getting our money's worth? I'd like to think that we are. On a day-to-day basis, if you ask me, that might be different. At the end of a meeting today, I didn't feel necessarily that way, but clearly we have a building. Clearly we have a building built. We have folks working within the building, functioning, delivering education. You have the kids being able to move through a safe structure. You know, when you talk to the average kid, you know, how's your day today? They're not talking about how they tripped over a tile. They're talking about, yeah, I've got so much homework and that. I do believe that we got our 1% worth. I do believe that the function, however, of the school building committee is to make sure that we get our 1% worth. So I think it goes hand in hand. Gilbane certainly has the experience and had the experience. We've worked very hard with them. But the state ensures not only that the town is represented by a school building committee, but they force you now, if you want reimbursement, to hire a project manager. And that's the role of the OPM. And they keep the feet to the fire of the GM or the construction manager in this case. So I believe they've done a great job. I think it's still the function of the school building committee, however, to keep our finger on what they're doing. We want to close the building well. We certainly don't want to turn over a building that may be lackluster and all of a sudden need extensive maintenance, where that is not what we purchased. And it's really now in the delivery of it. So Gilbane still has to finish. So up to this point, I think we do have our money's worth. Moving forward, we have to get through punch list, and punch list is a significant portion of the project. We want to make sure we get it down. As Tom mentioned, there were over 1,500, 2,000 punch list items. We're now down to, you know, double digits when it comes to C building. And C building being the academic wing, which is what everybody saw go up pretty much first. B building is the main office building, cafeteria, gymnasium, auditorium, art and music. And then A wing is actually the last portion, which is what we're sitting in today, the renovated portion of the project. So there's punch list items that kind of follow C, B, A all the way through. We want to make sure that Gilbane finishes those. We certainly don't want to turn over a space, as I said before. And as we've talked about, Mark, you and I have done the tours of this building ad nauseum, and we're still not finished doing that. So why don't you ask me in a couple more months, to be very honest, and I think that is the place of somebody sitting on that side of the table, as I had in your position before, to be asking the school building committee, as Paul had stated as well, who's going to take over the maintenance of the building. You know, we want to make sure that those folks are trained. We videotape the training of these systems. They're much more robust in maintaining the systems than anything we've had before. So those folks have training. They have the video training they can revisit. But that's only going to last so long. They have to now take ownership of the building, and they have actually for a long period of time. Yeah, sometimes I think it might be easier, and I've had these conversations with your town manager. Sometimes when the contractors leave, it's when you know, okay, it's mine now. So we're looking forward to that day as well, and moving on.
Thank you. Alex, did you have another question?
No, that's,
Reed, I just have a couple of things.
Okay.
Two things. One is, Bobby, you mentioned that, or Marie, the opening of the high school is the 28th of September, and everybody got an invitation. I just think people need to know the time has been moved to 1 PM. So just in case the card said a different time, but the opening's at 1 PM, the opening ceremony. The second thing is, I think people at home ought to understand that certainly Peter Greenberg and Bobby both have spent an inordinate amount of time in this building, sitting on top of, over, around, and through the construction folks. And I thank you both for the enormous amount of time that you put into the project. Your oversight truly shows in a lot of things that people can't see, but I want to thank you for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you mentioned we should have you back in a couple months. Are you recommending December, or January is another time for you to
I
come
would,
in and speak?
I would recommend probably January. Let's get through the first of the year.
Okay.
And we should revisit after the quarter.
All right, we'll invite you back in January. Thank you very much for coming this evening.
Thanks,
and
appreciate you
especially
having us.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for the years of work that you put into finally opening this magnificent building.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since you guys all have time, we have volunteer positions that need to be filled, so.
Yeah, well,
Peter and Bobby, there you go.
my 3 kids went here, so I keep sending them photos, and they keep threatening to come back.
There you go, see?
Thank you. And I would
And
like
ma-
to,
Make a motion to reopen our hearing for Western Mass Electric Company on Ardsley Road.
thank you very much, and I apologize for the confusion, and we moved on you. Could you sit at the bigger table, because it'll be better for you to be heard and seen. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, City Council. My name is Leroy Thomas. I'm representing Western Mass Electric Company. Sorry I'm late. I was at the wrong place. We have 2 petitions in front of us today. One of them is for Ardsley Road. We'd like to cut across the road, basically trench across the road, install a 3-inch conduit for a handhold to be placed on the opposite side of the road. And that is for service to number 296. And in future for 284, if there's ever a problem over there, we can also feed that out of that handhold.
Any questions in regards to this petition or project?
Mike, is this being done at the request of the homeowner, or is this being done because of a service deficiency or something else? Because you just spent an inordinate amount of time on Ardsley Road about a year and a half ago.
Yes, sir, we did. This is for service to that house in particular, but also in future for number, trying to keep my numbers here straight, number 284. But the service is primarily for number 296. And we're basically requesting that so that we can have a clean shot over to that service area.
Any other questions?
maybe, you know, maybe this is my lack of expertise in this particular area, but I guess I'm not clear on, I mean, what problem is being solved by this project?
Basically supplying the house with electrical service.
Does it not have electricity now?
I believe it is to increase the service. It does have service now, but because of, it needs a larger service cable going into it, we need to install a new conduit going across the
Two
street.
hundred amp service to the house.
Right.
Okay.
A lot of the services are going up to 400 amps in some of the houses.
How unusual is that?
400 amp service?
Well, I mean, no, well, let's just stay on this particular,
Okay.
thing. You're saying you're going up to 200 amps?
Well, I believe it's
You're going to 4.
up to 400. I'm not sure. I believe it's 400.
Okay. Well, either way, how unusual is it?
It's not unusual at all, sir.
Okay.
As most people remodel their homes, they're adding central air and all kinds of other things that increase the load of the service that they need.
I mean, the reason why I was asking is I'm just trying to figure out how many more of these we'd be looking at in the future. I mean, do you see this as a trend where we're cutting up the road to increase service to a particular house?
No, no. Normally, when we run a cable underneath the street, we usually run a sufficient cable size to facilitate more than just that one house. Going across the street from that handhold to the transformer, we'd normally run like a 350 cable, which is large enough to supply quite a few houses. And from that handhold that we're installing on the other side of Ardsley to supply that house with service, we can supply 5 or 6 houses just off of that one cable alone. So if we needed to, we could trench down the street from another house location down to that handhold to supply them with power.
Okay.
Anything else?
I make a motion to close the hearing?
Are there any,
Are we doing,
Two separate hearings.
no, I'm wondering about residents, and there are no residents here in regards to this petition. Okay, a motion to close the hearing, second?
Second.
Do I hear a motion to approve the petition?
I'll move we approve the petition of 4877 with the conditions established by the DPW in their review of the petition.
second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, and,
I'll
do I-
move we open petition 4878 for a handhold on Hopkins Place intersection.
Second.
Long Meadow Street.
okay, do you want to tell us about that petition, sir?
I sure will. The corner of Long Meadow Street and Hopkins Place. There's a handhold that's there now, a silo that's there now. And I guess evidently this silo's been hit a few times by the plows and everything. So we'd like to move that silo approximately 35 feet back from its present location and 50 feet in from that location. It's far enough away from the sidewalk where there shouldn't be any traffic going over it. And it's far enough away from the street edge where if the snow's pushed onto the tree belt, it's not gonna affect that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this petition? Mark?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Thomas, I was sitting at home reading this petition,
Yes, sir.
and because I'm not as familiar with it, I called up Google Maps, which I've got in front of me now,
Okay.
which appears to show the silo exactly where you want the silo, which is between the road and the parking lot. Because if I call up the,
No, that's here. That's where it is. They want to put it here.
no, I guess that's the question. It looks like it's here and they want to move it here. I guess that's what I'm not sure of, and we've got a map here that's not clear, and maybe you can help me. So in the map that you submitted with this petition,
Yes.
or that Wamiko submitted with this petition.
Right.
Okay, there, it shows it looked to me like there's a hand, someplace that was between the road and the parking pole, and I don't know if it's
Well-
tough when they're,
Does the Google map show you a large tree that's there?
hold on.
It should be in the northeast corner of that
Right,
intersection. Okay, that's the present location that it's at
right,
now.
that's where it is.
Right, we need to go to the southeast of that tree location. That's where we'd like to put the new silo.
So can I just, for clarification, that, where you want to put it, from where I'm looking at the drawing on the map, is that on the corner of where St. Mary's Rectory is? That's on the, that's over, that's on, across the
We
sidewalk.
need to get a
Yes,
hold of
sir.
this
Yeah.
map.
So
because
it's on the property that, there's a sidewalk here on the map.
Yes, there is, yeah.
So
That's where
the
it is.
silo is on the little curvature right before you go into the parking lot,
Yes, sir.
right? So you wanna go almost straight back to that, where there's a little line that, comes from the center of the street.
Yes, sir.
Okay, onto the property, okay.
Right.
So yeah, that's where it is, and this is where they wanna move it.
No, in fact, that's where they want to move it,
Okay.
I think. All right.
Hey, you guys, do you mind if I walk around and see
Go
what
ahead.
you're
You wanna see
pointing at? This
And
is
sir,
kind
if
of
you wanna come look,
unedifying.
you're welcome to go
Yeah.
see too.
Okay, so it looks like,
Oh, I've seen this.
this is where it is, this is
Okay.
where it
Is
is,
this where you
and
wanna
that's
go?
where you wanna
Yes,
move
that's
it to?
Okay, so I
Exactly.
thought I was
Okay,
talking about.
'cause I'm-
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, that's
Maybe.
that
Cause
location.
I was looking at this and saying, hey, that's already where it is, so you wanna move it someplace right around here. near
Yes.
this
And
street.
then, what are you're not digging up the street or anything, are you coming this way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cause this is what I was confused with the arrows
Those
here.
are
that
just
that's what-
dimensions, so you'll know
Right,
exactly where to
okay.
place that.
So you wanna go from here to there?
Yes.
This is great for people at home.
Oh, yeah, this
You
is
should all come, you should all come around this way
great
instead of right there,
television.
yeah.
All right.
And St. Mary's and all the neighbors have been informed of what
Yes,
your
ma'am.
interests are.
Yes, they
Okay.
have.
So where
Any
they
other
wanna
further
put it
questions?
is on town property.
Right in the
That's the
road tape.
parking lot / tree belt in front of St. Mary's, more towards the Hopkins Street side, so it's not going onto, I made a mistake, it's not going onto St. Mary's property, it's going onto the
Okay.
tree belt.
They've been informed of it, but, yes.
All right. Any other questions in
No.
regards to this? Are there any
Yeah,
residents
I-
that are, oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
no, I guess my question is, with that nice stately tree there, you dig around it, or how do you keep from killing the tree?
We are gonna move around it. That's basically why we didn't move it back from its present location. We didn't move it back from there, because we'd basically be cutting through the tree roots and everything.
Oh, okay, all right.
So, are you providing your assurance you're not gonna kill the tree?
I personally cannot give you that assurance, sir. We are not gonna be cutting across those tree roots. We're gonna be coming along the roadside over there, along the sidewalk side.
I mean, what you're doing, do you think it poses any danger to the tree?
No, sir, no. Not with how far away we're going.
Okay.
Are there any residents here for comments? No?
It seems to me we just did the same thing, 3 blocks to the north of there, I believe, right?
I believe Mr. Netherwood did have that job, yes, sir.
Yes, so that because we had the same issue of,
Right.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to close the hearing.
second.
There you go.
And a motion for,
I
Approval of the
move we
petition?
approve the request by Wamiko under request 4878 under the terms and conditions set forth by the DPW.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank
And
you.
now you know where we are.
I'll be here from now on.
Okay, thank you.
Except for when we're not.
Yeah,
Except when we're not here. Okay, I would like to move on to, let's see, the consent
Actually,
order.
Yeah.
For
I
the
make a
Mass
motion-
DEP?
We actually gotta close our warrant. We didn't approve
Yeah,
that.
I saw that, I was gonna
Okay.
do that later.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we should finish the new business right now on the consent order for the Mass DEP.
Is that-
Yes, I'm
Very-
asking,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
Excuse me, thank you. There's a memo that you received after the pack electronically from DPW Director Mike Rabel explaining the consent order. As you know, it's something that's, because we don't chlorinate the water that comes from Springfield, the exceedances, which are really minor, that triggered the violation, are something that is just kind of I think as Mike lays out, just kind of an effect that happens. It's somewhat beyond our control because we don't, we get the water from Springfield already chlorinated. So, all of the proper procedures that were required to be taken were taken at the time. This is really just following up with the paperwork with the DEP. And like I said, the violation, not the violation, the exceedance of their benchmarks for certain, in this case, was it a TTHM? The limit, as you can see, is, I think 0.08 milligrams per liter, and we were 0.0817 milligrams per liter, rounded to 0.82 for the purposes of the consent order. So, I think there's we have to enter into it with the DEP, but in terms of what it's covering, it's really a minor thing.
Any questions for the town manager?
If we have no control over it, because we do not chlorinate, we fluoride, we put fluoride in the water, but we do not chlorinate, why are we agreeing to the consent decree if we have no control over it? Because in one way, the way I read this, it's almost, and I understand Mike had, DPW had to respond, and it's like we're being blamed for something that happened through the city of Springfield. And my question is, I know in Mike's response, there's been discussion with the city of Springfield and so forth, or the water department, I should say. Why are we agreeing to a consent decree in which we have no control over? Because if there's another violation, it's not something that our DPW did. And I have a concern that we're agreeing to this when we have no control over it and I think this is something that Springfield should be addressing, not the town of Long Meadow, since we don't chlorinate. And that's my only concern, is that we're agreeing to something we have nothing to do with, and then if there's another violation, DEP is gonna come back at Long Meadow, not at the city of Springfield, or the Springfield Water Department. And I don't know from this, and it might have been in there and I just didn't read it the right way. Have they gone to the city of Springfield and found out what the problem is and have Springfield sign a consent decree as well? Or do we know that? 'Cause I didn't
No,
read that
because
in
the,
here.
let me, go ahead, do you want to finish? Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm just, like I said, that's my concern, is
Yeah.
that we're agreeing to something we didn't
Yeah.
do.
I mean, the consent order is really just, it's an automatic thing. It was one location, it was Twin Hills, it's at the outer edge of our distribution system. And I know this from in Lancaster, we were a water supplier. Our water utility did pump the water out of the wells. And so I'm familiar with these types of things, and there's really no threat to public health, but they have these levels written into the law. And if you go over them, it's an automatic trigger. And so the consent order is just basically saying our acknowledgement that yes, there was an exceedance. Yes, we are a consecutive system to Springfield, and this is what we do. So I don't think this, I don't look at this as a punitive thing. The consent order is much more of a requirement of the law that we have to do this. As Mike alluded to, DEP knows there's really not much we can do about it, and I think, the key thing that the public needs to know is that the water coming from Springfield is good, and that this was, like I said, it's kind of a byproduct type thing, and the consent order is just like I said, sort of an automatic follow-up to the exceedance. So it doesn't really answer your question, Paul, but it really is. They know we don't pump our water. They know we don't chlorinate it, and so we have to do this under the law, under the DEP statutes. But they know it's not like a negligence or anything else on our end, or Springfield's end for that matter.
So it's almost like a notification that we're
Yeah.
signing off that we've been
Yeah,
notified.
and
and
we are
understand it.
required to send out public notifications. Those all went out when we first got it. And like I said, it's one location tested, minor, 0.0017 milligrams per liter over the limit, and so it really is just, it really, this is only here because you all are the water and sewer commissioners.
Any other questions, Alex?
I don't know, just to respond to both comments. I was concerned about what you were talking about, Paul. What exactly are we agreeing to do? What are we signing on to? Because, one of the issues that comes up when you enter into an order like this, you can be on the hook not just for the violations, but also for violating the order. I was heartened, however, by looking at what exactly we are required to do under the order, which is paragraph 8, which is precious little. It's mainly to agree to facilitate communications with Springfield and to cooperate with what Mass DEP is doing with Springfield, and we're agreeing to issue public education if there are additional exceedances, which is something that we would do anyway.
Yeah. In this case, we've already done it, in fact, as I said.
Well, this is for any subsequent ones, so we're agreeing to do that in the future. Of course, we would do that. So I guess I'm not as concerned about that, but I think we are probably kidding ourselves if we think this is just a notice. This is more than a notice. This is, we're signing on to something, and if we were to fail to comply with it, and if we were to willfully fail to comply with it, there could be some heavy penalties. But I mean, I guess technically, you know, there was this exceedance. So I take it there's really not much choice in the matter. Am I right, Stephen?
Well, like I said, to some extent, it follows, like, X happened, so Y is a consequence, and here
Right.
is order Z that you have to sign, and like you said, it's a very light touch in terms of the order to which we consent. It's all things we would do anyway, and I think that's reflective of what I was trying to say about how DEP is our partner in this, but that we are required by law to do this.
So the problem would be if we didn't follow through and sign this.
Correct. That would
Okay.
be a much bigger problem.
Do I hear a motion to, do we sign this? Is that, it's,
Motion to
To-
enter into the consent order, or motion to sign the consent order as water and sewer commissioners.
thank you. Do I hear that motion?
I'll
No?
move we enter into consent order with the DEP regarding this exceedance of, whatever this material was, THMP.
A second?
TTHM.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just have an issue voting for something our water department didn't do. And I understand what you're saying. I think it's really bad that, I mean, unless there's one of these for the city of Springfield, which I don't know that from, because obviously we wouldn't get interaction from them, but, I mean, I hate to throw this, you know, and I understand, it's just, X happened, Y should happen, but we didn't do X. That's my point. So, I'm not gonna vote for that, just because I don't think it's right that we're responding for something that the city of Springfield did.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you. And now we are going to move along to, we are interviewing counsel today for, representing us in the casino mitigation agreement. And there's 3 law firms that will come before us today, and we picked them in random order, and the first one that will come in will be Bacon Wilson. Should I go in and get them?
I can go get them if you want.
Okay.
Did you wanna, can I just give a little background on the process before we interview them?
Sure.
Sure. I just wanted, first of all, as you know, we went through the process and sent it out to, I think, 5 or 6 firms. We received 5 proposals back. Town council Dave Martell and I had gone through for our top 3, and we discussed this at the last meeting. When we get into the discussion, Attorney Martell has checked with some references, and I think, does everybody I have copies of his report if anybody needs it.
Can I get a copy? Was that what was sent out?
Yes, the memo.
Yeah.
that was
Today.
sent
Go
out.
ahead and
okay.
send them, pass them around.
Okay. Do you take one, pass
I
it
have
down?
one.
Oh, you have one, okay. And so I just wanna commend Attorney Martell's work on this, and I think, it's been a good process so far, so I will go get the,
Thank you.
first candidate.
Oh, here we go. And as we said before, we'll ask 2 questions each if we have time, maybe a little more, but I think we'll probably, since we have 3 that we need to interview tonight, and I'll be starting on your end of the table this time. So
Okay.
you can ask the first.
Yeah.
We got locked.
Yeah, knock yourself out.
I'll just sit right here, Jeff.
First test, see if you get through the door. That wasn't good for a town manager.
Thank you for coming tonight. You want to introduce yourself and give us a small introduction to your law firm?
Absolutely. And thank you for having me. My name is Jeff Fialki, and I have the pleasure of being a partner in the firm of Bacon Wilson in Springfield. You may know Bacon Wilson. Bacon Wilson's been in the Valley for over 115 years, has over 40 lawyers in 4 offices in Springfield, Westfield, Northampton, and Amherst, and specialize in virtually all areas of the law. Myself personally, and I'll talk a little bit more about Bacon Wilson if I could, but just to give also some background by way of myself, I'm a resident of Longmeadow, as are over 20 lawyers in our firm. Myself, I was raised in Longmeadow, educated out of the area, came back for law school. My first job out of law school was an assistant district attorney in the Hampden County District Attorney's Office. I was there for a little bit over 2.5 years, at which point I was hired by a company to work out of Boston, and it was in the cable television and telecom space. And I worked in that industry for about 10 years. I was based in Boston, but working out of offices in Atlanta and Denver for a good part of that decade. Was with a number of companies in a number of different capacities. For a good part of that, I had a large government affairs team that reported to me that was responsible for the local and statewide regulatory issues that were arose from telecommunications and cable television provision and service throughout multiple jurisdictions, including the Commonwealth, but really throughout New England and through a great deal throughout the country. I returned back to Hampden County and to Long Meadow about 7 years ago. My practice area specifically is in the corporate and commercial real estate practice as well as municipal practice. I serve as special town counsel to the town of Agawam, have also represented a number of other municipalities, including the city of Springfield, Belchertown and its Economic Development Industrial Corporation, town of Ware, and other municipalities on special projects. So we're here tonight to talk about gaming. And I'm sure you've got questions for me, so at any time, please interrupt me. If not, I'll just stream of consciousness. But, you know, gaming is something that I think 4 years ago, our firm and myself specifically had never anticipated that we would become proficient in. But as we all witnessed the legislation unfolding and being drafted and being promulgated, our firm was retained by one of the companies one of the prospective developers called Ameristar Casinos. And Ameristar actually has offices in Las Vegas. They have a number of casino projects throughout the country. They had early on in the process enlisted our services. We worked with Ameristar for approximately 2 years. We currently represent Ameristar, but no longer in a developer capacity. As you know, they withdrew their name from consideration as a potential developer for the city of Springfield somewhat early on in the process and prior to the final application submission to the city. So after that point, we began, or I should say continued our representation with respect to gaming issues and represented a number of landowners. We still represent landowners currently in negotiations with many of the developers with respect to real estate and option transaction and purchase transactions. That activity continues today. I just picked up another client this week on an issue in negotiating a private real estate transaction with one of the developers. We also represent the town of Agawam. We represent them in their capacity as a potential and likely surrounding community. We originally had represented them with respect to their capacity as an adjoining and abutting community to the Hard Rock West Springfield project. Obviously, with the result of the referendum, that is no longer an active project, but nonetheless, we continue to represent Agawam relative to their interest as a surrounding community with respect to MGM. And I also represent the town of Munson with respect to their status as a potential surrounding community in the Palmer Mohegan Sun project. In both cases, with Munson and with Agawam, really given the proximity of those two communities to the respective projects, Agawam to West Springfield, Munson to Palmer, you're talking about in our area arguably the most impacted communities with respect to those two projects. And we're actively in discussions and negotiations as we move forward in that process.
Thank you very much. Alex, did you have a question?
Sure. All right, so I've written these out because I've only been allotted 2 questions here. So I want to,
Finally crafted.
I wanted to get the most out of them. Okay, so one of the, in what I do in real life is I'm a litigator, and one of the important things a litigator thinks about is who's the audience, who's the finder of fact. And here it's the Mass Gaming Commission, and I was wondering if you could give your assessment of the Mass Gaming Commission in its role as an arbiter or decider on issues that casino developers and towns cannot agree upon.
So, first of all, we have been witness to the Gaming Commission as it has evolved and unfolded. Some of the personalities on the Gaming Commission, we in our region and myself personally have a great deal of background with. At least one participant on the Gaming Commission is someone who is from this area and who's been involved in a municipal position for a number of years. They have a difficult job. The legislation, while prescribing the procedures for arbitration, have left it somewhat general. At the end of the day, to the extent that the parties can't reach, the binding arbitration has a 30-day period of negotiation. To the extent that the parties are unable to reach agreement within that 30-day period, then each party presumably provides their, what they call under the legislation, the last best offer. The Gaming Commission will examine each of the last best offers that have been promulgated, together with the, either party can also present other surrounding community agreements that were executed by that one developer, as well as other surrounding community agreements that are executed by other developers around the state. With all of that universe of information, the Gaming Commission then has to make a determination that's fairly black or white. As the legislation is drafted, it provides for the arbitrator to determine which of the last best offers essentially is going to be the one that prevails in light of all that information. I think the way the legislation is drafted leaves the opportunity for the Gaming Commission to understand the universe of what the other surrounding communities have done in terms of determining reasonableness. And I think that's the way the legislation is drafted.
So, here, I'll try the other one.
Well, actually, we'll go through
Oh,
one
I'm
round,
so-
and then we'll
okay,
come back to
fine.
that. Do you have a follow-up on that one?
No, that's fine, we
Thank
can
you.
do that.
Mark?
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Mr. Fialki. As you may or may not have heard, as a resident of Long Meadow, there is a citizens petition that's been approved to be on our November 5th town meeting to, actually, the petition as worded would oppose the casino. And I guess my question to you is given the fact that we are probably going to be entering into negotiations with the casino developers prior to that, and at this point, it's going to be MGM, how would a petition like that, with either it hanging over you as a potential vote, or actually should that vote pass, how would that affect your negotiations, or affect the way in which you as a litigator or as a negotiator would conduct those negotiations?
Personally, I look at them as two different processes. I mean, the first thing is that the legislation exists. The legislation will not be changed. So a non-binding recommendation to the Gaming Commission that they may or may not follow is on one hand. On the other hand, there's definitive legislation that permits the town the opportunity to be considered as a surrounding community, and if so, to determine the adverse impacts and to be compensated accordingly. So I see them as both important initiatives. I don't see one as being mutually exclusive of the other. I see them as concurrent paths. Does it affect the negotiation strategy? I would say it does not. Does it encumber, and I thought that's what the question was going to be, does it encumber, does it put the town at a disadvantage? And I would say it absolutely does not. The town is pursuing its fiduciary obligations to its residents to ensure the fact that, notwithstanding the fact that there could be a non-binding recommendation, to the extent that in fact this casino project is approved by the Gaming Commission as receipt of the license, then the town, again, has a fiduciary obligation to its residents to ensure, to the extent that adverse impacts have been identified, that the town is appropriately compensated for those.
Thank you.
My turn? Thank you. Good evening. If you were to become Long Meadow's council, my question is, what are your first steps, and if you were retained tomorrow, what are the first steps that you're gonna do for our town with this deadline looming upon us?
As I have done in other communities, the first thing is to determine what the town's concerns are. And those are sort of immediate. And if they're economic impact, environmental impact, traffic, and public safety, the big four categories, of which there's a number of subcategories, I think it's important to identify what those concerns are from in-house. Speaking to town departments, speaking to the chief of police, understanding what their concerns are, because in many communities, those potential impacts have been identified well in advance. They're brimming and they're ripe for discussion. The next piece is determining what the town's inclination is with respect to hiring of independent consultants. Obviously, the first step, hiring legal counsel. But the equally important, if not more important step, is outside consultants with respect to those areas, and determining whether those consultants will be retained for purposes merely of peer review or for independent study. And there's a big distinction between those, and I know communities are wrestling with those issues as we speak. And the concern with respect to whether the community will be reimbursed at 100% in light of some potentially significant expenditures, and also in light of an abbreviated time frame. Is there enough time to do an independent traffic study? Is there enough time to do an independent study on economic impact and residential property values? So these are the questions that need to be answered, and in the short term.
Thank you.
I have a question in regards to how you view these negotiations that are coming up. Do you feel that we need to prove impact from dollar one, or do you feel that we were going into this and that the idea that there is going to be impact is already accepted and we're really discussing where we are in the range? Or is it going to be so tough that we have to go in there and prove impact from the very beginning?
And I'm going to be speaking candidly to the extent that I've been in negotiation sessions in open forum on behalf of other communities with developers that we're speaking about this evening and with other developers. So I'm going to answer generally without being specific, but to say that this is firsthand experience. I've been at the table. I would say that the developers that I've been negotiating with have been very reasonable in that there hasn't been an overwhelming threshold to get over. It looks to be very collaborative, with the understanding that no one's giving away anything. And to the extent that parties need to fight for something, then that's understood. And what I mean by that is there's a presumption that Long Meadow is a surrounding community to the MGM project. Well, why is there a presumption? It's not a legal presumption, it's an equitable presumption. Because if you look at the factors of what determines a surrounding community, you have the vast majority of them. There's population issues, you've got a common infrastructure, you've got common property boundaries. It is a presumed high likelihood that Long Meadow, in fact, would be deemed a surrounding community. That being the case, the developer has a strong inclination to try to reach an agreement that can be included within their RFA2 application by 12/31. Because that proves to the Gaming Commission that there is some consensus that they've reached with some of their key surrounding communities. So what I've seen firsthand, what I've been party to, doesn't say that the developer's going to give everything. Doesn't say that at the end of the day you don't have to force it to arbitration, because you that very may well be the case. But it means that I don't believe that you need to prove that you're impacted. I think the starting point has been there is an impact. Let's monetize it. Let's understand what it is. The developers are sensitive to, and it goes to my point earlier of the first steps to be taking. They're sensitive to pie in the sky numbers. They do want to see objective data. So objective data is the crucial piece that needs to be developed early on in the process, because that's going to be the foundation, the basis with which the town will be effective in negotiating with these developers. And at the end of the day, if there needs to be an arbitration in front of the Gaming Commission, you're going with solid empirical data, not with pie in the sky requests.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
Okay. I think what you just touched upon was this notion of pie in the sky versus hard data. And of course, this is all in the nature of prediction, so nothing is solid. And I guess my question is sort of two-part. One is, to the extent this uncertainty exists, which it certainly does, we're predicting the future, who's gonna bear that burden? Which I think sort of is a more refined way of asking Marie's question. And then also, what are the mitigation costs that you believe will have the that are most easily quantified, and the mitigation costs that are very difficult to quantify? I mean, to the extent you've gotten into that.
First of all, who bears the burden? The burden is shared regionally, I believe. There are great unknowns. I was in the green room with the other candidates for council earlier, and we were talking about the fact that there are not a lot of great models throughout the nation with respect to the impact of urban casinos on the urban environment and on the surrounding communities.
I'm sorry, when I say the burden, so I mean, but it's like, who has the burden of proof? And I don't know if that's where you're going with it, but sort of, if there's uncertainty,
I would,
who's gonna prove it?
there hasn't been an established burden of proof in the legislation. I would argue the burden of proof is always going to be on the surrounding community, because the surrounding community is the one petitioning for that status. So we're presuming that no agreement is reached amicably between the parties. That being the case, then you have to petition for recognition as a surrounding community. Then there's that 30-day period. Then there's the arbitration. So I would say that the burden is on the community, but at the same time, the Gaming Commission would view that through the prism of the fact that the community is long established and has been around for hundreds of years, and there's a developer that's looking to develop a gaming project within an area that surrounds the community with the potential for substantial and significant irrevocable adverse impacts.
And-
So to the extent that it's the burden on the community to provide evidence of those impacts, I would argue that the Gaming Commission would look at that, understanding the fact that it's the gaming developer that's looking to create those impacts by way of the development.
And if you could just address the other part, what types of mitigation costs are more easily quantified than others?
Well, I've got two very specific answers, again, based on experience. One is an easy one to quantify is public safety. And the reason for that is that there's good data that you can see throughout the country with respect to the impact on public safety, on petty and nuisance crimes relative to casino development projects. And I have no intention of painting it in a light other than there are some decent facts that are publicly available. A consultant would have the ability of doing some projections and some pro formas based upon what that could mean to Long Meadow specifically as a surrounding community with a shared border. I live on Claremont Street, which is off of Western Avenue, right on the border. Recently, there have been some nuisance crimes in our neighborhood. Would it be difficult to try to put together some objective data that could show an increase in some of those public safety incidences? That type of data is fairly readily accessible. And when I had suggested speaking with the chief of police, for example, in other communities, chiefs of police had been able to put together some very good data on numbers of police officers that would need to be hired, numbers of increased road details, numbers of cruisers that may need to be put onto the fleet. So easily identifiable information. Versus if we look at traffic impact, what we're talking about are dollars to be utilized to mitigate adverse impact. But, well, when we're looking at the viaduct project, we're talking about a $300 million Mass DOT project. Are the dollars from Long Meadow easily translatable into that project? Is it a Route 5 widening project? It's more difficult to determine and monetize some of those impacts than there are things like public safety.
Thank you. Mark?
One really quick question, just straight. You, Mr. Fialki, would be the primary contact for the town of Long Meadow in this agreement where we get
I
into it
would.
with Bacon? Okay. Second thing is, we've read that the host communities have negotiated a host agreement that includes a number for surrounding town mitigations. And I know that the one that was in West Springfield was very different from the one that's in Springfield. how, if at all, would that number impact your approach to negotiation?
I'm familiar with the number that's in Springfield in the exhibit, and what I would say is, I don't believe that that's an ending point. I believe it's a starting point. The number that's in that exhibit may be increased with the consent of the host community. I think Springfield appreciates and understands, based on conversations that I've participated in, that it is important for MGM to reach agreement with the surrounding communities and present holistically its RFA2 application to the state for favorable review. So to that extent, I believe, and I'm putting words in the mayor's mouth, but I do believe that Springfield would understand that if there was a need to increase surrounding community payments, that may be at a net reduction to some small extent to the payments received to Springfield for a period of time, that would be something that they may be willing to consider in light of what it would mean to the entire project and the entire development, and how that would be perceived by the Gaming Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Thank you. You mentioned that you were negotiating for property owners and so forth with the casino. Is there any conflicts that you perceive, and what is it, because you're also representing the town of Agawam for the same procedure now, and I don't know if they've qualified as a surrounding community. I know that with Hard Rock they were, but is there any potential or perceived conflicts that you have? I mean, if you're negotiating for business owners on one hand and another town as well, how's that, especially with the same casino, how's that going to affect your work with Long Meadow?
I think it's actually it's a tremendous strength, because through that experience, I've understood all of the different negotiating positions of all the different parties, and specifically how the developer reacts to each of those pieces. I can't imagine that, and I know from speaking with my colleague councils in the other room, the folks that have become de facto expertise in this area did so because we're all actively negotiating on the front lines. We're sort of the tip of the spear of a new regulatory paradigm that was recently created. There's no case law on it. It's brand new. So if you're not at the forefront negotiating this, then you don't have the expertise and experience. More importantly, as I mentioned a moment ago, it really does give you a grand scope, a universe of understanding of all the different issues that are impacting the developer negotiations. When I answered the question earlier regarding the binding arbitration, what I'd suggested is that the arbitration says that all of the surrounding community agreements that have been executed will be brought to the table as the basis for the arbitrator's decision. That being the case, being a negotiator that understands firsthand all of those agreements gives, first of all, great economies of scale, but also a vast understanding of what's reasonable and what the Gaming Commission is going to look favorably upon. So you know that you're pushing not one particular community that's out on its own, but really with the masses. And that's a great strength, and I think a great asset.
Thank you.
You stated that you've been following the Gaming Commission's meetings that have been going on in the past year. Have you read the host agreement for MGM, and if so, was there anything that surprised you in that host agreement compared to the other ones you've been looking at?
They're all very different. I wouldn't go through and say that there's strengths and weaknesses to any agreement. I know that Springfield put a lot of time into negotiating that community agreement. When we talk about the surrounding community piece to it, there were three, we basically have a Palmer agreement with Mohegan Sun. We had a Hard Rock agreement, and then we have an MGM agreement, and that is the universe of our regional agreements. Three different approaches to dealing with surrounding communities. I would say that the MGM surrounding community exhibit represents a midpoint. The Palmer agreement is entirely agnostic with respect to surrounding communities. They're not mentioned. The Hard Rock community was extremely specific. It actually mentioned certain communities by name, and the MGM agreement is somewhere in between. So without characterizing sort of the strengths and weaknesses, I know it was a very hard negotiated agreement. I think it's a good agreement for the residents of the city of Springfield, and obviously the question for you folks as you sit here this evening is, will it be good for the town of Long Meadow, and what can the town of Long Meadow do in anticipation of that potential license being granted to ensure the fact that it's mitigated potential for adverse impact?
And I'd like one clarification. You said you'd be, if we brought your firm in, you would be the one who would you be the lead counsel, or you be the only counsel, or would you be handling the arbitration and negotiation? Would you be our man, or would
I
there
would
be a whole team?
I would be your key person. I've been the sort of head negotiator on my office behalf with all of these projects. But as I said, when I gave my opening remarks, I'm one of 44. I'm backed by a large municipal department that serves as town council to a number of local municipalities, as well as a large litigation department that is litigated and continues as we speak to litigate on behalf of cities and towns throughout western Massachusetts.
Would you be doing the arbitration then, too?
I would be lead counsel in the arbitration.
Lead counsel. Okay. Thank you very much for coming this
Can I
evening.
ask one, because this would influence how I'm gonna vote, because there was something that Mr. Fialki just said in a minute. Can I ask the
Yeah.
question? You made reference to MGM, you said it was a good agreement for Springfield, and I think you sort of posed the question, is it a good agreement for Longmeadow? And I was just wondering if you could clarify the Longmeadow part.
Well, we're here to talk about surrounding community impacts. And what surrounding communities can't do is they can't change whether the Gaming Commission is going to grant the application, and they can't change the underlying agreement. You can't change the host community agreement. But what you can do is use this exercise to determine what those impacts are going to be and mitigate them to the greatest extent of your capability. And that goes to the earlier point as well. When there's a dual track and a potential resolution to make a non-binding recommendation to the Gaming Commission, not foreclosing the opportunity to go through that exercise as well, and protecting the town residents with respect to the fact that if in fact that casino application is granted next door, a 1.5 miles from where my house sits, is there enough in place in a surrounding community agreement that's granted either by an amicable procedure or by binding arbitration to protect town residents and their interests?
Well,
Thank you
Could
very
I just,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. To me, mitigate means sort of diminish a negative. And it seems like there's some things that can be quantified well, some things cannot. Some things we're not gonna be able to get rid of a negative. So I guess that's why I was it perked my attention when I said good for Longmeadow. How could a surrounding community be, how could the MGM agreement with Springfield be good for Longmeadow?
Marie, can I just, I think that's way beyond what we're interviewing for, in all honesty, because that would be an opinion of, I
This is
understand
what
the
we've been
council.
doing. We've been
Well-
asking him all sorts of opinions, and he brought it up. I'm
But
just
I
asking
think,
it.
I think
to
you specifically
clarify.
was saying is that the mitigation agreement was appropriate, rather than you're saying it would be helpful to Longmeadow. You were,
The answer to the question, it's philosophical. The answer is that I don't know and no one knows, because it's never happened before. And there is no good model for us to follow nationwide. And in addition to doing what I do, I'm the chairman of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce. We've spent a lot of time, we spoke to residents of other host and surrounding communities around the country with respect to analogous casino development projects to find out, in our capacity as a Chamber of Commerce, as a private body of business who drives public policy, to understand what the impacts are. And the answer is that it's a great unknown. All projects are very different in different areas, and the Bethlehem project is probably about as analogous, but even so, that project is in an old foundry outside of the city confines. So it's a very different project. We don't know. So in our various capacities, and what I've been doing for the last 2 years, is ensuring the fact that I best represent my client's interest, regardless of what the outcome is going to be that's outside of our control, but to zealously pursue what's in our control. And as we sit here tonight, and as my opportunity, and you've given me a great opportunity that I appreciate, to interview on behalf of the community that I happen to reside in at the same time, it's an opportunity for us to zealously pursue what's best for town residents in light of this potential project.
thank you very much, and I appreciate
Thank you
you
very much.
coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, the next firm that has been is Pannoni, Lopez, Devereaux, and West. And the attorney that will come and interview us is attorney Matt Fayer. And I believe that Pannone is the Connecticut-based firm.
That was the Rhode Island?
Oh, is that the Rhode Island? Okay.
Yeah.
This place needs like a little wet bar or something, you know, you get some soft drinks or something in here. Especially during these little pauses. No, you know, school committee meetings used to have little trays of food, they had coffee made, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
I'll bring sweets next time.
No, they had apples and cheese and crackers and stuff like that, good stuff.
Thank you very much. Could you sit there?
Sure. Good evening, how are you?
Fine, thank you. And could you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your law firm?
Sure.
Thank you.
Matthew Fair. I'm associate counsel with Pannone, Lopes, Devereux, and West. We are I think, a very unique firm in that we have a lot of collective experience in all domains of the law, having been at one time a international law firm, which has, we were specifically, I guess you could say, a Holland and Knight spinoff. Holland and Knight had an office in Providence, and the firm downsized to cut overhead, centralized in Boston, and a lot of the partners at our firm remained and created this entity, which has been quite a success. Notably, we have a very successful municipal infrastructure team that's housed within the firm, led by Tino West, who apologized that he could not be here. And on that team, we have a lot of unique knowledge. Bruce Toby from our firm was a former mayor in Gloucester, is currently on the city council in Gloucester, former general counsel for Gloucester. Tino, just stepping back to Tino, was a former town manager in Carlisle, Massachusetts, and Hardwick, Vermont. Steve Torres on our firm is a former city solicitor in Taunton, former city solicitor in Fall River. Myself worked for the Mass Municipal Association as a senior level lobbyist for over 10 years. Represented all 351 cities and towns of the Commonwealth on a whole host of issues, everything from dangerous dogs to local aid. So you name the issue, and I was much involved in that process. So and I'm just naming the key team members right now for this purpose, but we're a full service firm. We're 30 somewhat lawyers. We have offices in Boston, Providence, New York, Florida, Connecticut. And we do everything from the municipal to criminal defense to employment labor to, wills, estates, and trusts, you name it. So that's an overview of the firm. But what sets us apart, I guess, notably, especially with respect to the MI group that I described, is our, we're not only exceptional attorneys, but also, we've been in your shoes. Having been former mayors, former selectmen, former town managers, former city and town solicitors. We have the former lieutenant governor of Rhode Island is a member of our team as well. So you have a collective experience and know-how that you're not going to have, I think, with other firms. So that's, I guess, an overview.
In regards to gaming?
Gaming, we actually represented the first city in Massachusetts. In that regard, we represented the city of Fall River when they were negotiating a destination resort casino with the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe. That was before the governor's veto of the initial Gaming Act legislation, which I was much involved in crafting. So yeah, we were the first first firm actually engaged by a community to negotiate mitigation, negotiate a land transfer option agreement with the tribe in connection with the siting of a destination resort casino. We represent the Narragansett Indian tribe currently in Rhode Island with respect to their gaming. We have attorneys on our firm who've represented casino developers in Las Vegas. We have attorneys at our firm who have represented Harrah's in Rhode Island with respect to negotiating host and surrounding community agreements with West Warwick and other municipalities in Rhode Island. And currently we're representing
communities as surrounding communities under the Expanded Gaming Act here in the Commonwealth, notably the town of Winthrop, and we were just hired by the city of Fitchburg, Massachusetts. As you know, Winthrop is a unique situation. They abut the cities of Boston and Revere. You have two host communities involved there, and that's the siting of the Caesars of Suffolk Downs project. And then, as it relates to Fitchburg, they'll be negotiating with the Cordish companies with respect to a slot parlor facility in neighboring Leominster, Massachusetts. So that's, you know, we have a lot of experience in the gaming domain, if you will. But again, I hearken back also to the experience we have at the local level. Real practitioners with the know-how. You're going to be negotiating a surrounding community agreement. It's an agreement between you and the developer, and it's going to encompass all of the issues that you have identified that are important to the community. Everything from public safety to water and sewer infrastructure to transportation infrastructure to E911, mutual aid, employment, workforce development, you name it. And we have that hands-on experience having served in local government. So we can, you know, I hate to use the term again, but have been in your shoes before. We understand fully how local government works from a management perspective, from a legal perspective, from a practical perspective, which I don't think you're going to see with any other firm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alex, start
Okay.
with questions?
Sure. Okay, this is a fairly specific question. It involves a hypothetical, but it's kind of important because of the timeline we're under right now.
No.
So, here it is. Suppose a casino developer is in negotiations with the surrounding community on December 31st, 2013. Do you believe that the Mass Gaming Commission would accept the application anyway? So there is no surrounding community agreement entered into, but they're in negotiations, or at least they can represent that. So the question is, will the Mass Gaming Commission accept the application anyway? And if so, how would that impact the surrounding community's ability to negotiate an acceptable agreement?
So under your hypothetical, you have a surrounding community that's in negotiation with MGM, let's say, since they're the proponent here. And on December 31st, they don't have an agreement in place, but they are working proactively to negotiate a mutually acceptable agreement.
At least they can say that they're talking to us.
Okay.
However,
Yeah.
I mean, the question is, you know, do you think the Mass Gaming Commission would accept the application anyway?
Mhm.
And if so, what impact, how would that affect
Sure.
our ability to negotiate with them?
Well, I think, the commission, I can't speak for them. But the commission is, notably its chairman, Steve Crosby, who I've worked with in a former life. John Ziemba, I think he's been out here to speak before various groups in connection with the agreement, the ombudsman at the Gaming Commission, and other commissioners have made it very clear publicly that the act is to empower communities up front in this process. And it's the one opportunity that local government does have to protect its interests. After that opportunity passes, that's it. There's not much in the way of opportunities afforded to a community. Of course, when you renegotiate, if you build that into the agreement, you can work. You can revisit certain issues, and there are provisions and regulations that speak to that. But I think that because of that, I would be surprised if you and them were in negotiations, actively pursuing such, and public outreach has been had, and it's been discussed, and there's been outreach to the commission. I would be surprised if there was a reluctance to allow that process to proceed,
So what process to proceed?
to negotiate notwithstanding the deadline.
No, I get, maybe I just misunderstood. So the question is, do you think first part of it, with the hypothetical, do you think the Mass Gaming Commission would accept the application, number one?
Mm-hmm.
And I know this is all a matter of prediction, but,
Yeah,
you
it's a
know, this is
hypothetical,
why,
sure.
this is law school, right? And,
Socratic.
and number two, how would that affect a surrounding community trying to negotiate with the developer, assuming that application were
Oh,
accepted?
I see okay, so,
So would the application be accepted and, you know,
yes, it
were
would be accepted.
You think it would be?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you think that would impact the surrounding community? Ability to negotiate, because you've suddenly taken something that used to be a precondition for submitting the application into, I don't know, something else.
Well, let's put it this way, if the applicant files without a surrounding community, a specific surrounding community, and the surrounding community so wishes to be a surrounding community, and petitions the commission, there is a process whereby the commission would require there be a negotiation that takes place within 30 days. And if the mutually acceptable agreement isn't in place within that time frame, they can then proceed to binding arbitration and force the developer. So there would be an opportunity for a surrounding community under the regulations promulgated by the commission to afford their process in the event that the application is filed without the inclusion of a surrounding community agreement, if in fact the surrounding community wishes to proceed in that direction.
Thank you. Mark?
And I'm sorry I didn't understand your question the first time. I apologize.
Mr. Fair, thank you again for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Visit us. You may or may not have heard, but the citizens of Longmeadow filed a petition with the select board, with the town, with our town clerk to have an article before our November 5th town meeting, and the article warrant is worded it to oppose the the awarding of a casino license in Springfield. As Longmeadow's town negotiator, were you to be asked to do that, how would that a petition, either looming if you start negotiations before that petition gets voted on, or if it should get passed or fail at our town meeting, how would that affect your negotiations? Does it affect the negotiations, or to what effect would you see it have on your negotiations?
You know, it's always hard to speak for the other negotiating party, but as far as we would be concerned, we would, continue our negotiations in good faith on behalf of the municipality, the town in this case, notwithstanding any other efforts. The law affords the town of Longmeadow an opportunity, if it so chooses, to negotiate an agreement with the developer, notwithstanding what may else be happening in the public domain. And we would be working to arrive at a mutually acceptable mitigation to address those those impacts identified by the community in relation to that facility. It's in everyone's best interest to do that. I truly believe it's in MGM's best interest to do that. The last thing they're going to want is to have a community petitioning after the application's filed, which could then jeopardize their application as far as the commission review process is concerned. Listen, there are groups for gaming, there are groups against gaming. We're agnostic. We will work to represent the best interests of the town, notwithstanding the opposition or the forces that are supportive. The town has to protect its interests. The law allows that process, and we would work our hardest to negotiate in good faith with the developer to arrive at mutually acceptable agreement under that structure. So, notwithstanding that public, lobby, if you will, that's out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi, my question is this, is that you become Longmeadow's council tomorrow. What are your first steps?
First step would be to reach directly out to, well, I'll restate that. There's two things, it was two first steps, if you will. One is outreach to the developer. The first step would be to work to, file the letter of authorization required under the regulations to secure community disbursement funds that would mitigate all your costs associated with hiring us. Not $1 of the town would be spent on our legal fees. So that would be the first step. 1B, that would be 1A. 1B would be, setting up a meeting with the, all town department heads and so on to solicit their input as it relates to mitigation issues that they foresee as part of any negotiation. So the police chief, fire chief, Board of Health, really working through you and the town manager to solicit input from all department heads within the community. It's not us telling you what to do, it's the community telling us what to do and working with you to arrive at something that will, you know, completely mitigate the impacts any such development would have on the community. Every community is different. I used to represent all 351. I always used to say the 351 nation states. They all have unique situations, unique impacts that they face, unique budgetary constraints, unique, you know, just unique structures within each one. Our first step would be to sit down with all of you in the municipality to arrive at that framework and put a term sheet together and start rolling up our sleeves with the developer at that point.
One of the things we keep hearing is that a lot of the impacts are going to, you need data. You need to not just pull a number out of the air, but you
right.
need data. And we're struggling with the idea of whether we need independent consultants or regional. Data's important, but when you get into the final negotiations, how much, the exact amount of traffic, is it really finally measured on where that impact is, or is that just like a jumping off point, and from there the negotiations are, because we're talking about predictions here.
Yep.
What really happens when you increase traffic 10,000 cars or 12,000 cars? So how important, the specific question is, how important is it to have finely tuned those studies when your negotiations come through?
Well, I'll begin the answer with this statement. The law requires that any mitigation agreement do two things, and then it's silent as it relates to the scope of mitigation. One, an impact fee, annual fees, upfront fees, and so on. Two, a stipulation of all known and unknown impacts, but known impacts specifically, things that we can itemize as areas that we've defined as community impacts that require mitigation of some kind. The one thing that the commission did, which I think is very helpful and something that you probably have looked into, is to empower the regional planning agencies to provide advice to communities within any particular one RPA as it relates to all types of reviews, traffic notably, traffic congestion, transportation infrastructure. That's where we've seen a lot of the RPAs get much involved. Consultant engineers are hired from time to time. Our firm does a lot of municipal infrastructure work. As I stated earlier, we build everything from wastewater treatment plants to baseball parks across the country. And we obviously, as part of those projects and procurements, we've engaged with sub-consultants and professional engineers and so on that are much involved. But I think, as far as what we see or what we've, looked to negotiate are, let's look at, because I think, I should have said this earlier too, every developer has a set number in their head as to what they're gonna give you. And they're gonna try not to wiggle away from that, stray away from that number. Becomes a question of how do we allocate appropriately that money? How do we grow that amount if we can? But first we have to, arrive at what are the actual areas that need to be looked at. And then look into whether or not we engage with the RPA, whether or not we engage with the sub-consultant, and then arrive at a number. Every negotiation is going to take a different course because every developer is slightly different with their approach. But a lot of, I would say, I would be shocked if there was any applicant out there that does not have a predetermined number in their head as to what they're going to do to mitigate, in terms of dollar amount, any one particular community's mitigation issues impacts that they would seek mitigation for.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to sneak in one really short question along with a more substantive question. The first one is, how many years out of law school are you?
Myself?
Yes.
I'm an anomaly. I had a career for over 10 years at Mass Municipal as a lobbyist, and I did graduate law school in '09.
Okay.
But the
That's okay.
oh, okay.
I don't wanna.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the question. Scott Trout once said in the book 1L, he went to Harvard Law School to know his enemy. So, could you give us your assessment of the other side to this negotiation and possible arbitration? How do you size up this entity that you know, has a, as you say, a set number in its head and doesn't wanna go above it, and has negotiated this $500,000 for all the surrounding communities. How would you assess MGM?
Well, again, this is a team approach, and I can't speak to any one way, you know, that our team would arrive at that. I will say this, as I said earlier, we have attorneys that will be involved in this engagement if we were selected, that have extensive experience representing the developers themselves.
Right, but, I mean, and if you don't know anything, I mean, I guess my question is, how would you assess MGM specifically?
Well, we'd have to look at their MEPA filings, we'd have to look at all the submittals they've made, financial statements, business records. We look at all the, you know, anything the commission's received as part of the qualifications application. I mean, the MEPA filings will provide us a lot of flavor, meat on the bone, so to speak, as it relates to the project. So one of the primary initial steps would be to review all those such filings and submittals so that we have a full understanding as to MGM, what their project, not only the project itself, but the thinking behind the project, and, you know, the entity itself, how best to size up is to understand them as much as is to understand the needs of the community. And so I think part of our initial research and review would be to undertake a comprehensive study of all such documents, submittals that have been made to the commission as part of its licensing application, phase 1 application, as well as all environmental reports and submittals through the MEPA process.
Mark?
Mr. Fair, you'd said earlier that your sense was that most of the casino companies go into the negotiation with a number in their head. The Springfield host agreement has a specific number for surrounding town mitigations in it. How do you see those, whether it's the number in their head, but more importantly, a written number that's in a host agreement, impacting the approach that you would take to mitigation negotiation on behalf of the town of Long Meadow?
That's a great question. It's the first time I've heard someone ask it. Not every host community agreement does include a surrounding community number, but in Springfield's case, they did. And the law is pretty clear that a surrounding community agreement is to include an impact fee for the surrounding community, not the other way around. Doesn't contemplate the host community setting forth any such dollar amount as it relates to a surrounding community. So I think for us, we would look to negotiate with them a number that the town feels is appropriate to mitigate the impacts they've identified, and not look to the host community as supplying us that information.
But, so do you see that number, but the number in the host agreement, does it have any bearing on your?
Well,
on your
it's
approach to
it's clearly a bottom line number that they've arrived at, and we'd have to talk about that. But as far as the act is concerned, it makes it pretty clear that the host community agreements include an impact fee for the host community. The surrounding community agreement is supposed to include an impact fee for the surrounding community. It doesn't contemplate the host community accomplishing the mitigation needs of a surrounding community. If it did, why even have a surrounding community agreement process? So I think it would be clear to us that we would negotiate as strongly on your behalf without, you know, obviously we have to take into account what they have arrived at and listen to them as to why they did arrive at that and how that will play into what we, you know, how we proceed. But the statute's pretty clear on its face, treatment of an impact fee as it relates to a surrounding community.
Attorney Fair, are there any conflicts that your firm has with regards to MGM?
No.
Any potential developers in our area, landowners, things like that?
Nope. And we've looked into that. We've run conflict checks. We are not representing any other municipalities as it relates to the MGM project, nor have we ever represented MGM itself. So no conflicts on
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Nope.
Are you going to be lead counsel? Are we looking at a team here?
Yep.
And who would be the lead counsel in negotiations? Who would handle the arbitration? Would we be meeting with you? If you could just describe.
Sure.
If we hired your firm, what would be the contacts and who would that be with and who would be
Sure, the primary.
involving in the process?
Sure, and I appreciate that question. I'm but a lowly associate, if you will. But I have a lot of experience, obviously, having done what I've done for all these years, and hands-on experience actually doing this work. And I've written the law. I've helped write the law. And I've worked with a lot of the key players out there. But having said that, the team lead on this matter would be Tino West. Tino is known worldwide on municipal infrastructure matters. In fact, he was just in Milan speaking on design build for wastewater projects. But Tino also represented Fall River. That was his client. And took the lead, obviously, in negotiating, as a result, the agreement with the Wampanoag tribe. Bruce Toby would also be one of the lead negotiators. Bruce, again, is a former mayor, current city councilor. His resume is quite voluminous. It's included in the materials we submitted. He's known nationally as an expert in municipal law and infrastructure, and possesses unique experience, having served as general counsel not only to that same municipality but for the MWRA, having negotiated intermunicipal agreements on MWRA's behalf. So he would be a primary team player. Tip Torres was former city solicitor in Taunton and Fall River, as I mentioned earlier. Tip possesses much experience negotiating on behalf of cities and towns, a whole host of types of arrangements like this. Project mitigation agreements, and so on. Bill Devereaux in our firm, one of the named partners, was the partner at our firm who's represented Harrah's and who represents currently the Narragansett Indian tribe in connection with casino gaming matters. He's an expert in IGRA and non-IGRA casino gaming. Jeff Ray is a partner at our firm. He'd be involved, who has extensive experience in Las Vegas. He's represented the Rio hotels, quite a number of developers out there, and as part of that representation, addressed mitigation of property, butter properties and others. So
Who
yeah.
would come out to speak to us? Who would be at the arbitration table? Who would be at the negotiation table?
Well, I think at the negotiation table would be Tino, Bruce, and myself. We have skilled and experienced attorneys in the arbitration domain. Bill Devereaux would be much involved in that, Bill O'Gara in our firm, and even Jeff Ray. Jeff Ray also possesses a lot of real estate development experience out in Vegas, and he would be involved. This would be a collective team approach. There is no one attorney that would be dedicated to anything. And we offer a blended rate, notwithstanding title experience. It's a blended rate, so the same rate applies to the most senior level partner, to lowly old me.
Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. I know we've been in contact since March
Yes.
about things, and
We met you before,
appreciate
yeah.
the invitation and the opportunity. And feel free to follow this up with any other questions you may have. We're happy to answer those, follow up with any information, come out and meet with you anytime.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
And the final firm is Murphy, Hess, Toomey, and Lahane. Paul, since we've been ending with you, do you want to start with you?
No, it's
this
fine.
time?
I think
You
the
sure?
same word is fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Try to keep it consistent.
You know which attorney's here?
I didn't know we had a green room. That was nice. I didn't think that
brought
was in the
cheesy
school budget.
crackers.
Oh, that's who's cheesy
Yes,
crab.
Oh, is that
my
what it-
cheesy
did you-
crackers,
So we do
yes.
have a green room. There we
Oh,
go.
really?
Yes.
Boy,
And-
you think of everything.
Who's the attorney who's rep? Do you know?
He didn't write that on the card.
Okay, well.
So
I'll
we'll
introduce
find
him.
out when he introduces.
Okay.
And also the snack room's open. The school was very nice to leave the coffee pot and the spring water. Mhm.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
My name is
Thank-
Michael Lahane, and this is Attorney Brandon Moss and my partner Catherine Hesse. Attorney Catherine Hesse.
Well, thank you for all coming, and I appreciate you waiting. We're running a little late tonight, so thank you for
Thank you. Well,
waiting.
we drew the short straw, so we,
Oh, okay. Aw.
Maybe it was the long straw, you never know.
That's right.
I'm sorry, what were the names again?
my name is Michael Lehane. This is Attorney Brandon Moss, and this is my partner, Attorney Catherine Hesse.
So you want to introduce yourself a little bit and tell us about your law firm?
Well, yes, we're a law firm of about 30 lawyers. We've been in existence since the mid-'80s. We represent a great many municipalities and other governmental entities at the state, county, and municipal levels. And we believe, based on that experience, that we have the experience and the temperament to negotiate on behalf of the town of Long Meadow. Between Catherine and I, we've negotiated probably many hundreds of agreements, primarily in the labor area, but we're skilled in the techniques of negotiation. And we also, because of our extensive experience in the public sector, we have great respect for, and I think an understanding of, the role of elected and appointed officials. And we therefore don't intrude into the policy-making areas that, you folks have been elected by the citizens of the town of Long Meadow to make certain judgments within your areas of responsibility. We have not been, obviously. So we're very conscious of our role as legal advisors, and we're conscious of the responsibilities that the elected and appointed officials have, and we do our very best not to intrude into an area where perhaps we don't belong. We also, I should mention also that we represent no other cities or towns in this area of the Commonwealth, and consequently, we not only would not have an actual conflict, but we wouldn't even, I think, have the appearance of a conflict. We'll be happy to try to respond to any questions you may have. We submitted I think, a fairly extensive response to your RFP, and we'll be happy to try to answer any other questions you may have.
And what about gaming experience in the firm?
Well, we don't have extensive gaming experience, and I don't think anyone in the Commonwealth really does. We have, by virtue of our work in the town council area, we have dealt with mitigation issues. Frequently they come up in the land use area, and we've dealt with many of those on projects big and small. And so we're accustomed to dealing with developers generally, and we're also accustomed to dealing with the kinds of experts that you would want to use, traffic consultants and the like.
I mean, the casino law itself, it's unparalleled to what Massachusetts has, which is the fact that in other states, they might be dealing with the town, the host community, such as Springfield. And here, I mean, there's a recognition, I think, in Massachusetts when they passed the Expanded Gaming Act 2 years ago, that it's not just going to be the host community, it's going to be surrounding communities. And so there is quite a level of transferable skills, experience that we have in terms of dealing with communities. I mean, last year, I was dealing with a project in Situate, which I think was in the package. It was well over $800,000 to deal with drainage impacts, roadway impacts for a fairly sizable development that was just left abandoned. And I mean, that's something Long Meadow, I think, that's probably one at the forefront of what Long Meadow is going to be dealing with because of Route 5 going right into Springfield and, an access point. And it's already problematic and probably will be there's a risk of it being exacerbated.
And I might just say, this is not exactly on gaming, but we've done work over the years for the Mass Lottery Commission and have dealt with issues and policy issues relating to gaming and competition in the gaming field, mitigation and the like. So I think we're really well positioned both to try to negotiate the best contract possible, and also, one thing that Mike didn't mention is I think we're also particularly well equipped that if for any reason you're dissatisfied with what's with what's adopted, we have tons of arbitration experience. I shudder to think how many arbitrations Mike and I between us have done, but it's a forum where we've had a great deal of success, so we can bring that to the table as well.
Thank you. Alex?
Okay. The focus of the surrounding community agreement is going to be on mitigation costs. And those mitigation costs involve some element of prediction. So we're talking about what will happen, and so therefore uncertainty. So the question is, which side do you think will bear the burden of proof in addressing that uncertainty? Is it their burden or our burden? And how do you think that element of uncertainty will impact both the negotiation and the eventual arbitration, if it comes to that?
Well, I think certainly, let me try to answer the second part of your question first. I don't think there's anyone in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that has more experience than we do in preparing and presenting cases to an arbitrator. The issue of, I think that the way the law is structured, there are incentives on both on the community and on the developer, in this particular case, the MGM Grand proponents. There are incentives on both sides to try to reach agreement, and so I think that that there is, the issue of who bears the burden of proof on a particular matter. I think you start out with the presumption that, certainly, the obvious impacts, traffic. I think that we would certainly want to have a traffic study, and we would, our position obviously would be, well, look, here's the traffic study, and therefore you have to convince us that, that whatever you propose is proper mitigation. So I think, there's a sort of a collegial process there. And I think that both sides have an interest in reaching agreement.
And I know there can be no definitive answer on this because it hasn't been decided, but who do you think would bear the burden of proof on these matters?
Well, I think both sides have a similar obligation and motivation to try to reach agreement. And obviously, to the extent that there's a measure of uncertainty, the other side is going to take the position that it downgrades or diminishes their responsibility. Obviously, we wouldn't accept that premise. And, we will have studies, the Merrimack Valley, the Planning Commission is already beginning to do their studies. I know that the board has expressed some concern about the timeliness of it. And so therefore, you'd probably want to engage your own traffic consultant. There are many, many other potential impacts in terms of the schools, in terms of the water supply, water and sewer considerations, and so forth. And we would certainly want to see the other side. The other side has motivation to meet whatever demands the town makes in terms of mitigation, presuming, of course, that they're not off the wall or totally unsubstantiated.
Brandon?
You also have, some level of benefit here in the sense that from the Springfield website, they put on, although they did redact some documents, there were a number of documents that were on there. Exhibit 8 is the tech traffic study. And the thing that I think that's lacking from that is really a full-fledged analysis of traffic. I think the benefit you have here is that traffic is a clearly identified impact in the regulations, and really in two respects. One, there's that issue of you're gonna possibly have construction vehicles going through Long Meadow and route to Springfield. And secondary is you're gonna have the issue with employees, you're gonna have the issue with patrons of the casino traveling on roads. And what's lacking is that study, but it's something I think that you can use more or less as a guidepost as to what the developer, Blue Tarp Development, MGM Grant, has missed out on. And so that's something that can be dealt with. I think there is some level of local or institutional knowledge, both in terms of the Community Development Office here in Long Meadow, that it can work with. And I think at the end of the day, it's a shared burden. You're gonna wanna probably commission a traffic study by an expert, because typically with these development projects, it oftentimes does reduce itself down to a battle of the experts. Although it is a shared burden, I think it's an easier burden in some respects because of the fact that Long Meadow is an abutting, approximate town to Springfield, unlike the West Springfield proposal where they had listed a number of towns and Long Meadow was not on that initial list of towns. I think you do have a shared burden, but it's less of a shared burden, I think, in that respect, because you clearly are gonna be impacted by it. It's just a matter of, I think, having a credible traffic expert. One thing also I'd point out in terms of trying to make that job easier is that, Route 5, for example, that's a state road. So Mass Department of Transportation is a resource to work with in terms of trying to develop a traffic expert and also trying to work with to try to get some of these roads built up as part of that. And, there are certain experts that we've dealt with, through our municipal practice that are repeat customers, repeat vendors with the State Department of Transportation, such as VHB, which we dealt with Bedford, with Route 3. So there are different resources out there, and I think there is a way to reach that end game.
And it's not just, it's not just traffic, and kind of combining that and getting back to the question of burden of proof. My view is this: when you don't know what the burden of proof is and who ultimately is going to be determined, after all the legal appeals, prepare your case as if you've got it, even though you intend fully to insist that the other party has it. And I think that's why it's really important for you to have your own experts, your own, your data, so that you can actually show hard facts, and have expert witnesses that can testify. And it's not just traffic, as Mike mentioned, burden on schools, burden on water and sewer. What about gambling addiction and support programs there? What about, there's so many areas of potential mitigation that you could ask to be part of the thinking process in this. So there's a lot that you can bring to the table, and there are also potential resources to assist you in that goal.
A week or so ago, the citizens of Long Meadow presented a petition to our town clerk to have an article on our fall town meeting, which is scheduled for November 5th, which would, I think the wording is, the citizens of Long Meadow oppose or would ask that the gaming commission or instruct the gaming commission that we oppose the casino. And my question is, because we would anticipate that negotiations are going on both before and potentially after that petition is acted upon, how would that petition affect your approach to negotiations? Does it encumber your negotiations? Does it enhance your negotiations? And how, in fact, would you work based on that?
Well, I don't think anyone would suggest that it would enhance your negotiating position. I don't think that, let me just say it this way, if the citizenry of the town ends up opposing or directing that the selectmen register the disapproval of the town for the project, it's certainly not going to enhance your bargaining position. Before the town meeting, obviously the developer is going to want to maximize their leverage, and if they can reach an agreement with the town beforehand, contingent obviously on many other things, but I think that there's a strong motivation on the developer to try to reach an agreement before the town might register its disapproval of the project. So I think that there would be a strong incentive on the part of the town to try to reach at least a tentative agreement before the town meeting.
Yeah, timing, though, may be an issue with.
The timing obviously is very, very difficult, and you're talking about a very compressed timeframe and process of negotiation. But, it's something that I think can be dealt with.
Thank you. If you're appointed Long Meadows Council tomorrow for the casino mitigation, what are your first steps?
Well, I think that, probably the first thing we would do would be to ask the State Gaming Commission to commit some money to defraying the costs of the town in terms of retaining experts. Virtually simultaneously, I would think it would be prudent to ask Blue Tarp Development LLC to come up with some money for the town and in order to retain the experts you need to make these types of evaluations. I think that we would certainly suggest that an approach to the State Gaming Commission not be kept a secret from the developer. And, we would suggest that, the position with the developer ought to be, look, we have already made a petition, or we are about to make a petition to the State Gaming Commission, and we would much prefer to have you come up with X number of dollars to enable the town to retain the experts rather than have it be directed for you to do so by the State Gaming Commission.
And you have a short window, so I think you definitely want to get the ball rolling in terms of getting experts as needed, starting with the obvious, but also I think working within any of the town departments. One approach may be starting even as high as the town moderator, because you mentioned the non-binding or the fall town meeting articles, so there's an impact there, arguably not a cost one, but there's an impact. Probably going through town departments to try to figure out, hey, what are these types of impacts, and probably trying to work to try to get an expert, experts and as soon as possible, get the ball rolling. Because we're talking a 3-month process here in terms of trying to get a surrounding community agreement, worst case arbitration, which is gonna have to be done, quickly.
Thank you.
Pioneer Valley Planning Commission is, got a regional traffic plan that they're putting forward, and they've looked and listened to us on some of the roads. But as you know, Long Meadow is right in the middle of the southern traffic coming through and some of even the regional traffic. How important it is for us to get our own traffic expert?
Well, I think it's very important. Obviously, you want somebody who is expert in that area, whose primary loyalty is to the town of Long Meadow, not necessarily to an entity that is more concerned with regional issues than local issues.
Keep in mind, these experts are, it's critical that their report be something that will be a helpful tool in the negotiation of the agreement. But also, it's going to be, these are going to be some of your first exhibits and key witnesses if you have to go to litigation. So it's really important, as Mike said, that there's no doubt about their loyalty. They know what they're there for. They're there to do a project, and they're going to assist you in putting together a package that is going to be most helpful to you in your negotiation and to be supportive of your negotiation strategy. Because that's certainly what the gaming people have done. I took just I haven't looked at it in as much depth as Brandon has, but I took a look on the way out here. But it clearly is something that was paid for, and that's the product that you get.
There's also competing interests involved, and that really does dovetail into the loyalty issue, because, with that Blue Tarp development agreement, there was a fixed amount of money to be shared among multiple communities, and obviously, you're gonna wanna, there might be a singular piece of the pie, and you wanna grab as much of it as you can. And so, having an expert that credibly tells your story and is aware of your impacts, I think is very important.
I might just add just real quickly, because I know Mike is so modest, he never says this, but I think in the office, we've had a lot of major development projects, not casinos, okay? But then again, nobody has had, because Massachusetts, this is gonna be a first. But we've had major issues with the, what they used to call the former Tweeter Center and the Natick Mall area, and different major developments. So we're used to dealing with, and Mike has helped, and others in our office, with really having to deal with significant mitigation issues involving large projects with serious traffic impact, serious school impact, serious impact in other ways.
Thank you. Alex?
Okay, so this is a hypothetical question, but I think it's one that's pretty possible, or if not probable. So here's the hypothetical. Suppose a casino developer is in negotiations with a surrounding community on December 31st, 2013. That's the deadline for the developers to have their applications in. Suppose they can at least say that they're in negotiations, but the agreement has not been consummated for whatever reason. Do you believe the Mass Gaming Commission would accept the application anyway? Part one. And if so, how would that impact a surrounding community's ability to negotiate an acceptable agreement?
Brandon, that's you.
Yeah, the application itself, and I looked at the Phase 2 application process, they will accept it. You know, they will consider the support of local communities. I mean, that's why the Mass Gaming Commission is gonna be doing a public hearing, and at least a public hearing in the host community, and I believe neighboring communities can have representatives and residents there. So they will accept the application, and they can consider it. I mean, the second part of your question was, so I hope that answers the first part.
So how would that impact our ability to successfully negotiate something? Because at this point, the surrounding community agreement is a condition precedent to them being able to have a successful application.
Right.
If it's accepted without the surrounding community agreement, what impact do you think that would have on our ability to continue negotiating with
You
them?
can continue to negotiate. In fact, I think where there's a penalty and where you find an issue is actually in the regulations of the Gaming Commission that talk about what happens if you don't continue to negotiate. There's actually a risk on both sides. There's a risk to the developer, which could be a denial if they walk away, and the burden really is on them in that respect because they can lose something. And there's also, I think, a risk to the surrounding community that they can have terms imposed on them or can possibly be left out of the process in terms of the regulations. So I think on both sides, particularly as to the community, there is some duty in good faith to negotiate. But barring that, you don't reach that, you go to arbitration. It doesn't preclude something from being resolved prior to arbitration, but the Gaming Commission process is final and binding arbitration. So I think leading up to that point, I think both sides would want to be both sides would want to be open-minded to it and continue to negotiate in good faith. But at the end of the day, depending on the project, there is that possibility. I think in Western Massachusetts, I mean, you're going to have possibly one of two resort casinos, whether it be here, and there's still an open-ended question, just because the referendum hasn't happened in Palmer, but if it does, you're going to have a 50-50 chance. Considering that you have a 50-50 chance, I think there is, certainly a degree of risk for the developer not to negotiate, and again, there is that degree of risk for the communities such as Longmeadow to not negotiate. You would want to negotiate just to get as much as you possibly can without running, no pun intended, but without rolling the dice or in terms of what happens with an arbitration.
Mark?
Attorney Moss, you had alluded to this, but I'd like to just follow up on it. The host agreement that the city of Springfield has concluded with the MGM entity has a dollar amount in it for all surrounding towns to deal with mitigation. How does that number in the host agreement affect the approach that your firm will take with negotiating on behalf of the town of Longmeadow? And does that number have any influence on your approach or on our approach?
I would argue it has no influence on the approach. And the reason why is when the legislature enacted the Expanded Gaming Act in 2011, they had a section that dealt with host agreements. So that's what Springfield has. But they also put in that separate section that deals with surrounding agreements, and the Gaming Commission followed up on it with regulations that they issued this year on surrounding agreements. It's nice to see a starting point, but I don't think it's the end of the day. Again, because that issue with the traffic study, for example, that doesn't talk about the whole picture of this, I mean, there is gonna be a local story to tell, a local story to deal with in terms of impact. So it's a nice idea to start with, but I don't necessarily think that's the final product, because there is gonna be an agreement. And that amount was a fixed amount. I mean, some things to consider that we would consider with negotiating would be to look at maybe an upfront amount. It's non-refundable, because it is a risk for the town in terms of whether or not this license gets issued to Springfield. But I think the secondary issue and point of negotiation would be trying to see about getting a percentage, because these things, it's a risk as to what happens in terms of the impact and the magnitude with the casino if it's built. And depending on how profitable it is, that means more people going. Well, you know what? Long Meadow's next to Springfield, so more people going to the casino and the revenue's going up. That may have an impact, subject to an expert, in terms of infrastructure, roadway infrastructure, traffic counts, things along those lines. So that's something we would try to negotiate as part of the percentage, so that, going forward, it's kind of tied to something, tied to a percentage of the revenues, which I think are a reflection of how well the casino does and how well, or how much of an impact it may have on Long Meadow, for example. So there's certain things in there that I would argue it's a nice starting point in terms of maybe seeing where they would be negotiating from, but I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that Long Meadow's stuck with that. I think that these are separate agreements, and Springfield can't contract out the rights or the benefits to Long Meadow from one of these agreements.
I think as a practical matter, that number that's in the agreement between Springfield and Blue Top becomes a floor under
Yeah.
what the developer is gonna have to pay to surrounding communities. I think, as Brandon said, clearly the agreement between Springfield and MGM cannot preclude or limit in any way the rights of the surrounding communities. Now, that number that's in there purports to be an overall number that would be applicable to all surrounding communities. I think as a practical matter, it becomes in effect a floor under what the casino is gonna have to pay in the aggregate to surrounding communities. It does not, as Brandon said, it does not in any way forestall this community or any other surrounding community if there are others designated or named by the developer. It does not forestall you from demanding more in the aggregate or individually than is set forth in that agreement with the host city.
And another issue we're dealing with also is that you have that agreement, but as you probably saw from what was posted online on the Springfield website, is what's missing. A lot of information's missing. So to get to that amount, we would insist upon what's missing to be provided to Long Meadow. Because I think to effectively negotiate, for them to negotiate in good faith, they need to provide us their numbers to how they reached 500,000 as a alleged mitigation payment to surrounding communities.
Thank you.
You answered my ethics question, or conflicts question, I should say, in your opening statement. So I'm going to ask this question that I haven't asked before, is that the casino's most likely going to go into Springfield. The mayor made a brilliant move by putting $5 million of his budget from casino revenue he doesn't have if a casino doesn't come in, so we know it's going to go there. The reality is, I don't think there's any dollar amount of mitigation that's going to make Long Meadow, or the people we're hearing from so far, happy, regardless of mitigation. Obviously, our job is, with our attorneys, to try to get the most for the town. Is there any, and you're looking at this law, is there any avenues, once this thing goes in, for the recourse for surrounding communities? I know you negotiate these payments. One of the things you can negotiate is the ability to renegotiate and so forth. But in lieu of that, is there any recourse for communities like ours that are gonna get impacted? And I don't even think the dollar amount's gonna cover what the real cost will be down the line. In your looking at the law, is there any recourse after this has already been in here and operating for the towns to go look at?
Well, of course, if you have in your surrounding communities agreement, if you have a look-back provision, which says, we will evaluate what actually happens in terms of the traffic, and therefore, this is not considered to be a final figure then obviously you'd keep that open according to the terms of the agreement, maybe based upon some minimal figures in the first year, pending determination of what happens in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. For well or ill, the mitigation that this town or any town is entitled to is in terms of dollars. And, if you, God forbid, if your father was killed in an automobile accident, he would be entitled to, or his heirs would be entitled to, dollar compensation. Now that, the dollar compensation is not gonna bring back Dad, and neither is the dollar compensation gonna make the traffic go away. But, for well or ill, that's the nature of the mitigation. And, I suppose in that sense, the best thing would be to have either a sum of money or a percentage of the take of the casino, so that it would be minimally fettered, that is to say that the town itself could make the judgments about how to apply that money. But I think you could have in the surrounding communities agreement a look-back provision, which would say, for example, if we find out that that our school population goes up by 1,500 students, to take a number, the mitigation will be something different
We
than it will
won't be in
be.
this building, by the way, if that happens, but that's a different issue, so, in this new building, but I hear that, thank you, that was the answer I was looking for, thank you.
Now, you suggested strongly we get independent traffic. Is there any other consultant or studies out there that would help us in trying to project what the impacts would be that you would recommend we bring on board?
Well, I think the most obvious potential impacts to the town of Long Meadow are traffic, water and sewer issues, and potentially to the schools. If you end up with a lot of people moving into town, maybe who work in the casinos, and if they have school-age children, obviously that could have a major and significant impact on school enrollment, and therefore the costs to the town of providing that education that it has chosen to provide. I think you have to talk to your department heads, and, I'm sure there are 40 other potential impacts, and I think it's important to talk to everybody to get their input on what those impacts are. I think the most obvious ones are the traffic, the water and sewer, and the impact, of the potential impact on the schools.
Two other areas
I
also.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're referenced in the regulations, are housing, affordable housing stock, because I think there is perhaps a perception as to the wage scale for casino employees, and that they might need, an affordable housing stock perhaps, so that's something to consider. And the secondary issue also is in terms of property values. There's a reference in the regulations to negative property values. I mean, that's something that's hard to really put a value on. How do you mitigate that? I mean, it's an impact or secondary effect, but how do you really offset it like you would traffic? So, and there are resources. I mean, with education, I mean, certainly working with the State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, DESE, that's something to deal with, that they may be able to provide experts or expertise on Chapter 70 monies and things along those lines. So there are a number of resources, I think, in terms of these impacts that, we could deal with through the state as well.
And just to piggyback on what Mike had said about your department heads, I think some of the important department heads are, for example, your chief of police, and finding out what kind of enhanced public safety presence is going to be needed, not just on the traffic issues, but also on potential crime, and crime and addiction and whatnot. It's really clear that so much of the crime that we see is really addiction related, whether it's substance abuse related, or in this case, people need money to feed their addiction, and if their addiction is gambling, for example, people are very quick to do things that they ordinarily wouldn't do. And so I think it would be important to look at that and to potentially You know, I don't think it's as much of an issue as some of the basics like traffic, but I think it would be wise to at least do some preliminary inquiries and investigation and have some data available that you might be able to do fairly inexpensively on those issues.
I mean, if Longmeadow needs to hire additional police officers because, you know, there's a shared border and there's a possibility of crime spillover, I mean, that's something we would be, you know, trying to look at as an impact and also trying to engage an expert with.
You know, another fairly obvious potential impact would be on the fire service. If you have a situation where your main fire station is at a particular location in the town, which is gonna be negatively impacted in terms of their ability to respond to the other area of town, you know, because of traffic, then it may be necessary to think about the potential cost of a fire substation or some additional firefighters. So again, you know, that's a potential impact depending on the particular facts of the case.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming and staying so late and answering our questions.
Can you ask
Yeah, I was
the
just gonna
question
ask.
about who's?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, I
that's-
thought they
that-
sort of
thanks.
said that, but I will ask you again. In regards to, I see that you've talked about a team approach here, but who would be involved with the basic negotiations? Who would be the lead person in regards to arbitration and communications with our town?
Well, I think we've indicated in our proposal that I would be the project coordinator. Obviously, we would use Brandon or other attorneys in the office, depending on their particular area of expertise. I think that the whole idea of the team approach is that there's one person who is our representative to you. And, you know, we would hope that I would be able to utilize the resources of our firm in a way to make the Board of Selectmen happy.
In regards to arbitration, I know you talked about an arbitration team. Would there be a main person that you'd be thinking of?
Well, again, I've handled
Mike has handled so much.
thousands of
Okay.
arbitrations over the years, and, you know, depending on a particular issue, you know, occasionally, you know, mostly an arbitration involves one attorney on each side. You know, there may be particular issues where, you know, I would say that, for example, to Kathy or to another attorney in the office, I want you to take charge of, you know, the getting together the information and preparing the presentation with regards to the, for example, the new fire station. But again, that doesn't relieve me of the responsibility to see that you folks are happy.
There's also something we also wanted to mention, which is, I mean, in terms of our proposal and getting ready, I mean, 10 hours of ramp-up time, which we would be providing at no charge to get, you know, to get the ball rolling and to get prepared. So that would be, you know, a 10-hour ramp-up time, no charge.
Also, I think at the time our proposal was put together, there were two proposals here. It was before the West Springfield vote.
Yes.
So it's possible that our calculations on that were, you know, well, they were based on the fact that at the time there were two viable proposals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you so
coming
much
in
for
this
coming in.
evening.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
You can go out, you can head out
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, thank you.
While we're waiting for Stephen to come back in, why don't we look to the closing the fall town meeting warrant?
I make a motion to close the fall town meeting warrant.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any discussion?
Marie, just so that I understand this, this is just a sort of a procedural step to get the timelines right?
Yeah.
If need be, we can open it again to insert an article.
To add our own article.
Petitions are done,
Yeah.
petition articles are done, that's what it
Okay.
closes it for anything like that, and,
Okay,
right.
all right.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
We just closed the town warrant. All right, why don't we go back to hiring counsel, and discussion. We
You know,
have three different,
can I-
yeah.
can I-
Mhm.
I could offer some blunt assessments, but I'd rather do it in executive session. I mean, and I think, you know, a more blunt session might be useful. Is that a possibility? Could we go into executive session to discuss this?
Actually, I don't think,
He's right there.
oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Town
there's, I was
So
gonna
she
say.
gave a real-time opinion on
There we
that.
go.
I don't see a basis for going into executive.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's better than a nap.
Thank you. So we have three different firms with varied background. Is there anyone who feels strongly about which firm they're feeling?
I'll start. You know, I was very impressed with Jeff Fialki. I thought, you know, his experience as it sounds as like a negotiator. His background is there. I mean, I can see that. What I came away with, and just from my notes, is that my concern is with Bacon Wilson is that you know, they are negotiating for landowners and things like that, and I know they can separate it and put up Chinese walls and so forth. But the one firm that really did understand, I think, and I said at the last meeting because their resume reflected it, was Pannone. I can't think of the name. Is it-
PLDW is
Yeah,
what they
whatever
go
it is.
by,
Yeah.
PLDW.
Matthew Fair that was here, and I think their experience and his background in terms of helping to write the legislation and with their municipal background, these folks that are the last people here, through their work with, it sounds like labor negotiations and arbitration, understand the lingo, so to speak, but I think that what Matthew, Attorney Fair, came across with is that they have been in there, and quite frankly, contrary to what the last group said, they are the only firm that actually has background in terms of working for a municipality in casino legislation with Fall River. I like the fact that they're not representing any other community out here. I don't know if we could put that into an agreement, but, you know, I don't know how that limits them, but, or if we could, but I think that, in my opinion, that's what I'm looking for, the background that they have, the municipal background in their firm, that they don't have to call on some experts if the town manager's making a call or the select board's making a call to them and talking about the impact to a particular item, they understand it because they've been there. And I think that goes a long way. And I think they have the experience based on what they told us. And I think each of the firms are gonna bring a team approach to this. I don't think there's gonna be any one particular lawyer handling that. And I don't know if, I even got that impression from Mr. Fialki that it's going to, even though he might be the lead, that it's gonna be a team, and, you know, they all seem to be similar size firms, but, you know, I would cast my vote for the PLBT.
PLDW.
The PL, whatever, yeah, there you go.
Mark?
I guess I put a lot of my response in or my direction in the response to the questions. I was quite impressed by Mr. Lahane's answer at the end about my question about the $500 million, saying that sets a floor. I was disappointed that, not that Mr. Fair was here, but that Mr. West was not, who's going to be the lead person for our town, and our inability to meet him. I understand this was short notice, but that does concern me. And Mr. Fialki's local connection, I think, offers a lot. It was fairly clear to me from both PLDW and the Murphy Hess answers that some of them don't know our town very well. And to me, knowing our town goes a long way toward helping us understand how they're going to negotiate on our behalf. All in all, though, if I had to support one firm over the others, it would be Murphy Hess because of their approach. I thought that Attorney Moss knew his stuff, did his homework, and was quite impressive in his ability advise us and see what he was going to do, and potentially, even though they don't have direct casino experience, Mr. Lehane's experience on negotiations and particularly arbitration is meaningful. If we go back to look at their bid was reasonable, but I think it was interesting that they were one of the few people who had a bid of MGM and Hard Rock, and as they said at the end, without Hard Rock, I think they recognized that their not to exceed price might have been a little higher than the others, but I think he'll come back but I'm not sure that really should drive us. I go back also to, I'm more interested in somebody who's gonna buckle down, and first thing they're gonna do is get to know us and get going. I think that 10 hours that Murphy and Hess told me and Lehane said they were gonna do will go a long way toward closing the gap on not knowing the town of Long Meadow that well.
Alex?
I guess I would echo some of the things that Mark was just saying. Obviously, all three firms are very good. I think Jeff Fialki really has his finger on the pulse of what's going on locally. I guess I was a little concerned, not, of course, there's an ethical component to this conflict question, but they are wearing a lot of hats. I was struck by the fact that he said he's the chairman of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce. He mentioned that MGM, had a good agreement for Springfield. He's representing developers, he's representing other towns. I think he's right in thinking that knowledge is useful, but I guess I'm really struck by what Murphy has said about loyalty. And as a litigator, the things that they were talking about, this is how you approach high-stakes litigation. You get experts. You, as Ms. Hesse pointed out, you assume you have the burden of proof. If you don't know, assume you have the burden of proof. And I think everything else they said about their approach sort of was spot on with the way I would expect a firm approaching a very important matter. They obviously know how to arbitrate something. I like the way, again, Ms. Hesse was talking about how you're expert, you have to be thinking about those are your exhibits in the arbitration. So you're thinking ahead. And so I would be supporting Murphy Hess. And with respect to the Pannone firm, again, I would echo Mark's point about, I was a little disappointed that Mr. West wasn't here. And I guess I was just more impressed by Murphy Hess.
And I actually was very impressed with Murphy Hess also. Everything they said, I felt comfortable from tomorrow, them taking over the case, how they described bringing the experts in, setting up their case, actually setting up and being prepared from arbitration from the beginning. And I think it was Attorney Moss who was really describing a lot of deep issues underneath the regulations, which was interesting points he brought out, which no one else has brought up in regards to percentages. How do we protect ourselves from changes in the future? And I thought that was a very interesting perspective on that. And then also the look back, putting that inside of the agreement. In some ways, they had a great advantage because there was three of them to be able to give different perspectives to our questions. But I think leaving here tonight, I would feel most comfortable sitting down and working with Murphy and Hess's counsel, though all three are very qualified firms.
Can I add something? Out of the three resumes that we had in the three discussions, I would actually say they were the least qualified. Their expertise, based on what they said, was in labor negotiations. And I understand you can take one item of law and transfer it over to another, but I don't see where they actually stack up even against Bacon Wilson or PLDW. In terms of experience in what we're looking for, which was they kept saying there's no firm with casino experience in the Commonwealth, and that's not true. And quite frankly, I mean, I understand the answers. I mean, they were good. Someone watched YouTube videos of the select board meetings. That's what they did, and that's fine. That doesn't mean that they're the best firm that's out there, but if you really look at their background, their arbitrations based on labor law, or the majority of it. And I think that was what they said, not what I'm saying about them. And in terms of leading in. Look, it sounds like there's 3 votes for them, that's fine. I'm just saying out of the 3, I would have actually ranked them as last in terms of experience for what we're looking for. They have I don't know how we say they have more knowledge of the town of Long Meadow other than watching YouTube videos, but that's, of our meetings. But I'm kind of shocked that that's the firm that has the least amount of experience for what we're looking for
Well, I
is
think-
what we're looking at.
I think what we're talking about experience, there's no one who's really negotiated surrounding agreements, but they have worked on mitigation of large development projects. And I think that's where they were talking about their past experience in pulling together experts and actually discussing with surrounding areas and how to deal with that.
If Attorney Martell has stated,
Yes.
he did submit a report on the references. I just didn't know if, since he's here, if the board wanted additional thoughts from him or myself. I wanted to put that out there before a decision was made.
I mean, I thought that your comments were perceptive. I wasn't here.
Do you want to, why don't you come to the microphone so that everyone will be able to get your gems of wisdom? Thank you.
I wasn't here for all the interviews. I thought that your observations were perceptive, and I certainly have no basis to question where you seem to be headed.
Well, Marie, if I could, one of the things that and the only potential qualification you had about Murphy Hess was a comment that said one of the references you checked was an impression that Mr. Lehane may have taken on something of quote, of counsel position at his law firm, and I just want to make sure that everybody feels, we specifically asked who's going to take the lead and how we're going to do this, and I felt
It was
addressed
two of
that
the
issue.
references did, one said, I think maybe he's kind of gone into an of-counsel position. Another one said he wasn't sure exactly what his present status was, but concluded that at his stage in life, Mr. Lehane is picking the stuff he really wants to work on and doesn't need to take everything that comes in the door. I mean, he is the lead guy, and I have to tell you that the people I talked to, and it turned out I wound up talking to 2 of his references, I would love to live long enough to have people talking that way about me. It was really, they were very, very positive. And I did not know Brandon Moss until he came here tonight, but I think clearly he had done his homework in terms of knowledge of the regulations and all of that. But I don't want to demean Jeff Frialke or Matt Fear. I wasn't here to listen to them, but certainly the Murphy Toomey firm, Murphy Hesse firm put on, I thought was a good presentation.
Stephen, did you want to add something?
No, I would echo Dave's sentiments. I think the board is hearing a lot of the same things I heard. I think coming to the same conclusions. I would say, I think the thing with Bacon Wilson, the one thought I had was, while like I said, I think all 3 firms could do the job, and it's a double-edged sword, that knowledge of the inside knowledge of Springfield and how they're going to have a role in moving this thing together as a partner and as the host community is helpful, but it also may be somewhat, not a true conflict in the ethical sense of the word. But if we say we want Long Meadow to get the best surrounding community agreement of all of them, and the firm is out of MGM, and the firm is also representing Agawam, what's stopping them, Agawam, from saying the same thing? We
That
want-
is a good point, because they were saying they would look at what other surrounding communities had negotiated
But
And
I think the commission was gonna do that
right.
too.
in determining what an appropriate award would be
Mhm.
if it goes to arbitration, so.
I mean, I thought his preparation for the interview was phenomenal, and the local knowledge really, I think, put some thoughts into my head of things that he was considering that I don't think we had discussed before. To your point, Maria, I think you answered Paul's question well about Murphy Hesse. This is essentially a large-scale real estate development project, and so they've had a long career as municipal attorneys representing towns in dealing with the mitigation of large-scale development. In the surrounding community mitigation language, the one area that I think would be casino-specific would be gambling addiction, and the Commonwealth is handling gambling addiction in another chapter of the legislation. It's not really part of the surrounding community negotiations or even impacts. When I submitted that memo a month or so ago about the 5 things, gambling addiction wasn't one of those things because it's an entire separate chapter of the law. And so that when you kind of strip away that, it is just a large-scale real estate development. And so I think that's why their expertise, notwithstanding their arbitration, I think your comment about arbitration is probably accurate, that most of their arbitrations have been labor-related, but I think in terms of providing counsel, they've done a lot of big stuff. And then finally on PLDW, I too am disappointed because I think I have heard a lot about Tino West, and he's somewhat, I think, widely known for his skills in terms of municipal representation, but not having him here to be able to judge is difficult. So I think the board is certainly heading in the right direction, and I look forward to working with the board's choice.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah, just a quick comment, and then I'm gonna make a motion, but my two comments are a couple of things that the Murphy Hess team brought up that I was particularly impressed by was the comment, and I think it was Mr. Moss's comment, that a successful casino means that there's more of an impact, and so you might wanna think about a percentage. I thought that was the first time I had heard that, and the other thing is that Mr. Lane commented on potentially having look-back provisions in an agreement, and I thought that was also pretty insightful, that you know, a provision that says, well, we don't know what's gonna happen, but, 3 years or 5 years from now, we will know, let's consider having a look-back. So I thought those were both fairly insightful and different from what we'd heard from others. I'll make a motion that the town, town hire the law firm of Murphy, Hess, Toomey, and Lehane for the purposes of negotiating a surrounding town mitigation agreement with the MGM Grand Organization, and that we encourage them to instruct them to seek reimbursement for legal fees under the provisions of the Mass Gaming agreement.
In negotiation and arbitration?
Negotiation and arbitration, thank you. Alex?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? No? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. So you'll follow up on that?
I'll
Or
follow
would,
up with them more.
Attorney Martell?
Dave and I will follow up with them in terms of.
Thank you, Mr. Martell.
I want to thank you very much for the extra work you've put into this and helping guide us through this difficult process. And I look forward to you still working with us on this whole agreement. Thank you.
Steve, we'll see you at 9.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the traffic studies. I know we have discussed that a few times, and what is the issue in regards, could you give us a report on the RFP, where we stand? Is that required?
An RFP is not required. What we've been doing is 2 things. One, trying to figure out where MGM's study is. 3 things. Assess MGM's study vis-a-vis the MEPA process that we talked about in the last meeting. The second thing is assess where Pioneer Valley Planning Commission is with the retaining of their consultant to provide peer review and what that peer review would mean for Long Meadow. And then the third thing is develop a scope of work for a traffic consultant of our own, and get a sense of what that would cost us. And the scope of work being based on, truthfully, the scope of work in the MGM study,
the scope of work with the PVPC study, and then figure out where the gaps are, and then have a scope of work that does that. I did it for, and so on item 1, I attended, Tim Brennan was here and talked about how that there was gonna be a meeting at Mass DOT with MGM, and I reached out to MGM to be included, and they did invite me to attend as well, so I did take, our town engineer, with me to Boston to go hear their presentation to MassDOT. And I honestly think we've been trying to figure out, where the delays have been coming from, why have things been going so slow. I honestly think on MGM's and the consultant, I don't think they're 100% finished with their work. I think their data and their trip generation models and things like that.
There being who's?
TEC is the consultant for
alright.
MGM. And for the purposes of discussion, I can just refer to TEC and not MGM, if that makes it cleaner. So I think TEC, their report was at the level that they presented it to Mass DOT. Watching that dialogue, Mass DOT, I think, had some, sort of face value issues with some of the numbers that they were discussing for peak traffic. They were talking, numbers of, average daily trips on Fridays and Saturdays, and then their peak hours are 7 to 9 p.m. And then, but the trips during the peak hour are not really even greater than 30% of the overall daily trips. And I was watching the presentation thinking, what does peak mean? And a gentleman at Mass DOT said, that doesn't make any sense. And so I think it's Mass DOT pushed back on TEC, the consultant, to get, more data and explain the data more fully. So that was good to see. A representative of Pioneer Valley Planning Commission was also in the room at that meeting. After the Mass, in the Mass DOT scope of work that they have is set by the MEPA process. It's pretty narrowly defined. It does, like, for example, it does not include projections of first responder calls to 91 in light of crash data. And that's, quite honestly, the learning experience for me was that's not something that is a standard part of their traffic studies. And I have since learned not a standard part of most traffic studies. It's a separate thing you'd have to get analyzed. So after the DOT session, MGM, TEC, town engineer, myself, and the PVPC representative sat down, had a kind of an informal meeting, which I thought was very good, and further exploring some of their timelines and needs and things like that. And they also are feeling the pressure of a compressed timeline like we are. And I think they want to get things done as fast as possible. I think Jeff alluded to that in his comments, that, everyone is sort of trying to be reasonable and operate in good faith to meet a compressed timeline. So I think I have some confidence that it's not a run out the clock, maneuver. I think they're trying to get things done. So, so on the second side, we had and then I continued the discussion with PVPC, and I do believe that Pioneer Valley's team does, and the consultant, they do possess the ability to retain a good consultant who can do a thorough peer review that I think, by and large, will serve the interests of Long Meadow. That doesn't mean I'm not convinced that we wouldn't benefit from our own. It's just a judgment question, I think, at this point. One of the things that we discussed was this question of how many more fire calls, police calls on 91, or, I assume that there are metrics that can apply to increased, to trip generators, but like I said, there are, but they're not commonly used, I think, or at least that's the information I've received. So, in having this discussion, one of the concerns that came up is if we retain our own consultant, that's another set of eyes, taking the data, taking time to analyze it, taking time to do all these things, and kind of really adding time to the process that's already compressed, which, like I said, I don't think MGM doesn't want. So basically, one of the things they discussed was holding off if Long Meadow partners with PVPC on their study. MGM would expand the scope of the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission study to include first responder impacts on Route 91, because that is a primary concern. And, you know, we haven't been able, the department heads have been looking into other impacts, and we haven't really drilled down into anything overwhelming that we found, especially around the 2 Connecticut casinos that we've been using as our sort of local examples. But one of the things they do have that's a specific concern is responding on 91. So that's something that's out there that we can consider. I think there is merit to that offer of getting that additional scope of work under that study and holding off on retaining our own consultant now. This is a question that I think I will address with Mr. Lehane, Attorney Lehane, and get. I would like to get the firm's guidance on their take as well. I did receive a scope of work from the group I had spoken with and a fee, and you know, again, this public safety component isn't in there either, and it's more than I thought it was going to be to do the study, and so. Is it worth doing? It may end up being worth doing. Is it worth doing today? Again, it's a judgment question, and as concerned as I am about the timeline, I'm not sure I'm not sure what we're going to get out of it for the money, essentially, right now. Certainly, as we prepare, as we get further into negotiations, and we prepare possibly for an arbitration hearing, you can always bring an expert in to peer review the peer review and do all that stuff. Do we want to be doing this now? Again, I don't know what the answer is at this point, but like I said, I would ask counsel to give some guidance on that. But in fact, I was in Worcester today at a regionalization conference, and I just happened to be sitting at a table with someone who works for Parsons, who manages the transportation group for Parsons Brinkerhoff, which is another huge engineering company, and I told him we may be in the market for an engineer, and so I can certainly contact him and probably get another different scope of work and fee to, you know, cross-reference that. So, you know, we could have somebody on board, you know, very shortly, I think. Just this question of, you know, do we want to make this decision now, give the attorneys a chance to guide us in that decision, or, you know, go with an expanded scope with the PVPC? So those are the questions.
Any questions for Stephen?
And I really wish I could have put that in a memo, but it was hard to really conceptualize how to write that out.
Right.
Well, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion. This will be my.
Well, actually, I had a question for Stephen. So the first
Okay.
thing was a question. Does anybody have questions for Stephen? Now it just flew from my brain. I'm really happy that you were able to attend that meeting down in Springfield. But what you're telling us is that even with the traffic reports of any kind, they're not really offering the public safety issues. So again, I'm wondering how it's really gonna measure the impacts and where it's gonna go. Did you talk about that part when you sat with that gentleman today in the regional conference?
Yeah, and I said, you know, I was surprised to learn that they weren't asking for it, and he said it's hard. It's not usually asked for because whatever the impacts are, they're gonna have to be addressed. You know, and so it's something, and I was a little surprised at that, but what makes this situation unique, as we've just learned from 3 consecutive interviews, is that it hasn't been done, this requirement to have a surrounding community mitigation agreement hasn't been done, and so there's no, you know, it's just not included in these studies because no one's ever had the legislative authority or authority granted by legislation to command mitigation for it, so.
And in regards to the timing, you were saying that the data is not even collected by TEC yet, and so MGM was a little concerned that they were still having to wait on TEC?
No, the data is collected.
Okay.
And this is where I think I should probably back up a little bit because, you know, we've been talking about.
Didn't PVP say something different?
No, they have the data. I mean, they have the data. They have their, not all, I mean, traffic studies are all kind of like the same. I mean, they're all similar, but not every traffic study is the same. And there's, you know, different scopes of work that you get to do different things and look at and analyze it in different ways. The traffic counts have been done. That's the data set that goes in. Just like the beta group who I have a scope from would take the same data set and go and do their own analysis, their own expert analysis of the same data. So the data's been collected for some time. And so they talk about, in the case of MGM, they've been looking at the casino in Detroit, which is their only urban facility, as their comparable model to Springfield. Now, everyone acknowledges that there are limits to how comparable the Detroit casino is to a potential Springfield casino, but it's the only one in all of their properties that even comes close, so they've been relying on that. And they rely on that model to say, what time are people going to the facility, how long are they staying, when are employees going, how many are there, what routes do they take, where do they park, things like that. So it's called trip generation models. And then they have done some regional analysis of where cars would be coming from. And so they may have, like for example, they may have the numbers, they may have within a reasonable level of accuracy the number of cars and employees and visitors that will be coming to the casino on a given day, but they may not have predicted accurately the pathways that those people will be taking. So will it make traffic worse on Converse Street? We don't know. And that's one of the things where PVPC knows those pathways because they understand the regional traffic patterns better than anyone. They can take those trip generation models and say, no, people from East Longmeadow don't go down Dickinson, they go Converse and Forest Glen to get to the highway to go. I mean, it's that level of local knowledge that gave me more comfort that PVPC can really bring a local level of knowledge to traffic patterns that a consultant from another town isn't going to have. And that's where, saying a traffic study, a traffic consultant, it comes down to what are people asking them to do, but the data is the same as we've talked about. I will say on our own end, we did some, I haven't checked in with DPW, but we were supposed to have done traffic counts this weekend with the opening of the Big E and do some, not only volume counts, but turning movement counts down at the intersections to see what that impact is and update some of our own data. So there's also Hard Rock completed its traffic study and they have their own data set. And for the most part, all entities involved have been willing to share data. So anybody we hire or PVPC is going to have access to all these traffic reports, pour through them, synthesize it, look at the modeling that TEC has done on behalf of MGM, and then figure out, is that the way they think it's going to work out here in Longmeadow? That's kind of a long explanation, but it is engineering, after all.
Okay, any other questions for Stephen? No? Okay.
Okay, I will try this for a third time. I would like to make a motion to hire a traffic expert to assist the attorney and the select board in negotiating a surrounding community agreement and to prepare for arbitration if that becomes necessary.
Is there a second?
And, okay. If there's not gonna be a second, I'd like to state my reasons, so the record's clear. 2 weeks ago, we sat here and we're very concerned about how late things were. We keep hearing about a more and more compressed time schedule. We've heard from the attorneys that we just hired the necessary for independent experts. This is reckless, what we're doing, not hiring our own expert. I've heard so many different things about what data is out there, what's been done. I've not seen one sheet of paper explaining that. The other concern that I have is that how we cannot take action after hearing PVPC. That was a surprise to everybody, including Stephen, who had been talking to PVPC repeatedly. We have been depending on PVPC to do this traffic study. And then they come in here and say, oh, we're actually not going to do a traffic study. In fact, we're going to do a peer review of MGM's data. It's just perplexing that we are not taking action, and I don't think we're going to be as prepared as we need to be to negotiate on behalf of this town. And frankly, this compressed time schedule, it didn't need to be compressed. I mean, this is a problem that has been, heading down the tracks toward us in slow motion. And, I mean, we were talking about this in March. This board was talking about it in March. When I say we, I was not on it, but at the time, as early as that. And for us to not take action, I think is reckless. And so I would ask
Can I
that this
respond?
motion be
Just
approved.
Wait, Paul and Mark?
Go ahead, Paul, you.
Paul?
I don't have any response.
Oh, I thought you. Mark? did you-
Yeah, I heard the attorneys say that having your own experts to argue is of value, and I think that I clearly am smart enough to listen to an attorney when he tells me how to act, but I don't think it was to do our own study, but because I think the issue is, we're not gonna go have a traffic engineer go out and count cars. The counts are there. What we're gonna have is somebody assess the counts that are there. We'd have somebody project what will happen in the future when the casino opens, different from that. And I think that's in terms of, how do you interpret the data? How do you project from that data? And that discussion, that interpretation can come at a time when our attorneys tell us it's time to have that. And I haven't heard them say that yet. Alex, I think if I was to, look at what I would be looking to do, would be to authorize the town to, or the town manager to hire whatever experts our attorneys tell us we need to advance our position in negotiations at the time they tell us it's time to hire them. And as opposed to running out and saying, we will hire a traffic study and do a traffic study now. I'm not sure we need to do the traffic study now, but I am sure that our attorneys will need experts to support them, either in mitigation negotiation and certainly in arbitration. And so that's why I'm not rushing to the clock has struck 12. There's still time for, I believe, an expert, having been one, to review data and come in at the arbitration or even later in the mitigation process, which is why I didn't support.
What I'd like to add to it. I agree with Mark in that I feel it's important to know exactly what type of expert we're looking for. If we want to have a motion that says to give a free hand to town manager and council to move forward, maybe the issue is we need to have a traffic expert to break the model that Detroit is who we should be modeling after. There's so many elements on the table and assumptions that are made that whether we are talking about 10,000 cars coming through or 12,000 cars, the problems that some of these assumptions that are on the table now are blowing us out of the water either way. So I would really like to sit down with the team and hear the team say, okay, don't go by the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission because that's being controlled by, the decisions that are being made on that are by the developer, and you really need to hire a firm there. Or maybe they're gonna come in and say, no, go ahead and hire the 2 firms that the town manager were looking at, but this is what we want them to look at. Since we have now placed them in lead counsel, I would like to leave them the ability to move quickly. And I have a feeling that they are gonna say we need to get people on board. Where those people are and what models we need to be looking at, I don't know, and that's why I'd like to leave it to them. And if we feel we want to have more input on where we're going, and of course, we don't wanna just blindly, then maybe we need to meet more often. But I would support a motion that leaves them a little bit of free rein on who they're hiring and when they're hiring, so that we don't have to keep meeting on an emergency basis every 3 days.
Well, I guess if I could respond.
Yes.
The concern that I've had so long is that if you don't act now, then opportunities have bypassed us. To me, the idea of relying upon the data that the other side generates, that's a losing proposition. And the fact is, I've asked this question repeatedly at different meetings. What data is out there? What have they said? I've heard all sorts of different things. I've never heard any, there isn't one piece of information that tells me what, I'm not sure, frankly, Stephen knows. I mean, literally, what intersections have been measured, when they were measured, what did they find? I mean, even the question of, is MGM continuing to collect data? I heard PVPC said that they weren't collecting data. The point, I want to be able to start with somebody, as our attorney said, whose loyalty is undivided, and that will look at all of the existing data, whatever it is, wherever it is, which, like I said, I have no idea what it is. That I don't think any member of this board has any idea what it is. And to be able to generate our own data, our own analysis on our own behalf. And to me, the time that we're losing is going to preclude that. Or at least, it runs a very serious risk that we're going to preclude that. And to me, the dangers of that are just too huge to ignore.
Well, then, it sounds like you would support a motion to allow the council to hire the experts independently when they sit down. Well, of course, council with town manager.
I mean.
Oh, yes, yes.
I mean, I think that the select board has been dialoguing very well on the casino matters. I think it's been helpful for me, because I'm relatively new, get a good sense of all of your thoughts. That said, I mean, I can hire a traffic engineer under the charter anytime I want. You know, those types of decisions don't require select board votes. I think it's been helpful to work collaboratively to say when's the right time to make these decisions, and I've been seeking guidance from the select board on exactly these types of things, and I think it's actually been working very well. You know, some kind of motion like you said, Mark, is perfect. Authorizing me, or basically giving me a directive to hire one when we determine it's the right time to do it is all I need. That's point one. Point two, Alex, is that there are data sets out. I mean, people have been counting cars in this region for many, many years. Pioneer Valley has done it. There's been studies for planning purposes for projects. I mean, so when you talk about data, I mean, there are just traffic count data sets out there that you're right. I don't know the full extent of all of them. I just know there are many out there that PVPC has done, MGM has done. I'm sure the first thing TEC, the consultant, did was they probably called the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission and said, what kind of sets do you have? In terms of what has been looked at, as we discussed last meeting, the secretary's scope of work, the secretary's decision for the draft EIR outlines exactly where they're supposed to be doing their traffic studies. The one intersection that's not listed there is Converse Street, but that is a part of their MEPA process, specifically because I asked them to include it. So I do know what they're studying. The data that goes into their studies, did they count all of it themselves? Maybe so, but I'm pretty sure that they probably asked other agencies out there for data, just like any expert we hire is going to do the very same thing. And I haven't gotten any disagreement from anyone on either side of this issue that they believe people would, manipulate data sets. They will, because honestly, the assumptions that go into the analysis give you the opportunity to, manage things, massage things if you want. And I think that was the discussion I heard at Mass DOT's. That was their reaction to some of MGM's analysis. And in terms of the final point I want to make, again, is that in terms of the timeline, I think what we heard, I didn't hear any of those attorneys tell us that we should be panicking. And there is no preclusion from any of this. We don't get precluded from anything because of the timeline.
If we don't have enough time to collect, analyze, and generate the report, then we're precluded.
Precluded possibly from negotiating. Precluded possibly, we not precluded from negotiating, let me rephrase. Precluded from reaching a negotiated settlement before a deadline is given by the MGC and we are compelled to go to binding arbitration. So you're right, the possibility exists that we run out of time to negotiate an agreement, but we don't get precluded from bringing data to the table, up until the arbitration hearing. And that's the thing I want to make sure people are clear on. It's not like we're gonna get left at the bus stop with with empty-handed. That's just not the way the legislation's written. All those people said the exact same thing, and the question has been raised. I think I've answered it pretty consistently the whole time, every time it's been asked. That's the way it is with the timeline.
So Mark, have you going to put a motion on the table, or what is your feeling on that?
I'd be glad to, Paul.
Oh,
Paul's
I'm sorry, I
just-
didn't see.
I would actually argue against a motion that we would make unfettered access to any expert that we want. I think you just hired counsel. I would love to hear what counsel says our timeline should be. I would love to hear what counsel says we need to hire. I have no doubt, and I actually would second your motion, thinking about it and listening to this argument back and forth.
You referred to me now?
To you. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Alex, I would second your motion.
All right.
Because quite frankly, I believe they're gonna order a traffic study, because I think that's what they said to us, when they were here. I think these are things, back in March, our town council brought us a resume and we had a meeting at the community house, and council was there and saying, that, there's only one firm that was an expert, there's really nothing we should be doing. We've had some really bad advice all along, because back in March, the advice should have been, you should go hire counsel today. But we relied on counsel to give us that advice, and it was in his memo, and I don't know if you've seen that, Alex, it basically said, PVPC is gonna solve our problems. That's what those are my words, I'm taking his words, I'm putting them into mine. So we have been, again, the casino's going in Springfield, let's just be realistic about it, it's not going to Palmer, it's going to Springfield. And I think we are ill-prepared to fight. I think we're ill-prepared we just got counsel, and that's fine. I think, they're gonna have 10 days worth of ramp-up. I don't know exactly what 10 days worth of ramp-up means. I believe that means they're gonna dig in. I don't know how many of their 30 lawyers are going to dig in, if it's just gonna be Brandon, if it's gonna be the team we saw here, or 20 other people. But I would expect that if they hear by tomorrow that they are counsel, that I would hope that by Wednesday, we have a game plan of what they're going to do. And I would imagine that a traffic study, based on what they said tonight, would be the very first thing that they would do. I don't know if traffic study people manipulate their data. All I know is when I watch TV and there's an expert witness, there's always seems to be another expert witness that totally refutes what the other witness just stated. And I'm not talking about Law and Order episodes. So you can have two people get in there and take the same data and manipulate it any way they want to for their, I don't know if that motion would pass, Alex, but I would definitely support that, because I think we're gonna need to hire someone anyway, because the data that we're gonna have PVPC is using is peer-reviewed. It is not a traffic study, it's MGM, so we already know it's there. It's not that it's not there. It's just probably not gonna fulfill what we want it to do.
I think I would support a motion that would state that we would hire the expert that our council feels. And I think that's what you're starting to say also. I hate to say that we would say, hire a traffic consultant or study, a independent traffic study now, when our attorneys will say, well, actually, you want to hire independent consultants. So I'd like to leave the motion more open to hiring our own independent consultant that is suggested or advised to us by council. But if we say an independent traffic study, we are actually narrowing what our council might be advising us and actually putting words in their mouth. So I think I agree with you, Paul, in that we should follow council's lead as soon as possible and follow through, but I would hesitate to go independent traffic study, because that might not be where they feel we need to go at this point in time. It could be independent traffic consultant.
I don't think I phrased the motion. I said to hire an expert to study traffic. To me, our role here is to set a general direction here.
Yes.
It's not to to determine exactly how the study's being done. I certainly think that Stephen can select somebody, you know, once given that direction. I'm sure the attorneys could be part of that process. I'm not sure they would add that much in terms of selecting somebody. What they'd be very good at is working with the experts to develop that information for the legal process that they're going to be involved in. So, you know, I guess, see, my concern all along has been that by waiting, our options narrow, because, like I said, at this point, I don't think any of us knows what kind of data we have, what additional data could need to be collected, how long that would take. I mean, all of those are the big concerns that I have. And so what I'm saying is, the motion is to hire a traffic expert, to have that directive go forward now, so that we can hire the appropriate one.
Mark, do you want to craft a motion?
Alex, I thought it started out, and Alex, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Right.
Conduct an independent traffic study by the town. That's where we were maybe many days ago or weeks
Right,
ago.
right.
And we've now gone to hire a traffic expert. We're gonna end up hiring a traffic expert whether we want to or not, whether we think it's the right thing to do or not, because it is the right thing to do. You know, I have no objection to having us hire a traffic expert. I'm just not sure what we're gonna tell them to do. Other than and I don't know. I was gonna say, be another peer reviewer, come up with your own opinion. I think that's why I go back to, listen to the special counsel we've just hired and hire the experts that they believe we need to support and optimize the mitigation negotiations for the town of Longmeadow. And if it's a traffic expert, then they're gonna hire a traffic expert. And if it's somebody on, they said first responders and first day, we're gonna hire that expert and whatever it is. So I'll make a motion if you want me to, Marie,
Yeah.
that
Oh,
we.
wait a minute, I've got my motion first.
No, your motion failed because there was never a
No,
second.
Paul seconded it.
That was, okay, I think it failed, you can remake it, but
Well, no,
it failed with
no.
no second, and
Well,
we
wait a minute.
moved on.
No, I made a motion, we had a discussion, and then Paul seconded it.
Now I asked for a second, there was no second, it failed. We're waiting for a new motion to be put on the floor.
So when he said he seconded it, that
He
was
said
not
I
effective?
I would second it, so if you wanna
Okay,
bring
all right.
another one.
I will,
But Mark right
I-
now said he wants to bring a motion to the floor.
I think we need to get to a consensus. I don't think we should argue over whose motion is what. I think we're ending up at a place where the consensus is that we authorize the town manager to hire the experts necessary to support our, and advice of our special counsel to support our petition and our mitigation, negotiations for the casino. And that'd be my motion, that we authorize the town manager to hire whatever experts are recommended by our special counsel.
Is there a second to that one?
My only statement to that is I'd like to see what the experts are that are recommended by council.
And
And look, the reality is, they said, they were here, not the three of them said the same thing. They said you're probably gonna need to do your own traffic study if you want your own data.
They said traffic expert, who would want to have someone
I
supporting
think
it.
I think what we're talking about is, the reality is, you have data out there. We all know that, right? I think that's, everybody agrees, there's data out there. A traffic study says, you're gonna do a study based on what we want the study to be of, whether it's our secondary roads, our tertiary roads, whatever. A traffic expert is gonna do the same thing what PVPC is gonna do, which is peer review it and say, here's what the numbers say. Correct? They're not gonna come up with their own data, they're just gonna take data from different sources and say, here's the impact to the traffic to Longmeadow. So the question is, do we want a traffic study? And if you don't, and you just want a traffic expert, our attorneys already said, we're gonna need to do something with traffic.
Right.
Because of the MGM, it's their numbers. So the question is not whether we hire a traffic expert, is do we want our own traffic study? Or do you want someone to come in to review all the data? If it's really to review all the data, then make a motion to hire a traffic expert, which means it's not gonna be a full study.
Well,
Well,
okay,
we don't know what they're going
I
to
know,
say.
I laid out the questions and some of the options we have on this. The attorneys, I haven't had this discussion with the attorneys. Give me the chance to have that discussion with the attorneys, get their guidance, and then take action accordingly. I don't understand, I guess I'm not clear as to what the hesitation is about that. This is how this has been going
Well,
the whole time.
Here's my hesitation. I think, we have a difference in philosophy in how to approach this. I feel like you have a more passive approach. I want to take a more active approach. And I feel like giving all of the initiative to Stephen means that nothing's gonna get done very quickly. And I want a traffic expert to be hired ASAP. I think they should have been hired a long time ago, to look at the data that we need, to determine whether additional data needs to be done, and that's where our independent study comes into play, because that's what the expert is going to be looking at to make sure, because at this point, we don't know what data we have, and we don't know whether it's adequate. So that's why I want to have a motion, and that's why I made the motion I did before, is to hire our own expert to do it now, so we can move this process forward.
And I think one of the ways we can fail in this whole thing, if there ends up being a team of attorneys plus 5 select board members trying to run the negotiations and the studies. I would agree with that if we say a caveat to that is as recommended by council. So that the experts hired is the one, not that we feel in our experience, and that would be 5 different experiences on what's appropriate for the council to do. They will come and they will say, okay, this is the type of expert we need. They say we do need an independent traffic expert. What that person's gonna do, what data they're gonna look at, what extra data they're gonna collect, we can give input to, but I think we have to let the lead council be the lead team. And so I would agree with your motion and support it if it had the caveat saying, whatever was recommended, as recommended by council. But if we wanna micromanage this and see what's done when, then I think we will have caused a big problem with this whole
Well,
process.
if-
And
if-
it will slow it down.
But if we were waiting, I guess what we're saying is, we can't do anything until we hire counsel. Why did we wait at this
But
point?
no, we're talking about
until-
where we are
Well,
now.
hold
We're
on.
talking
Why
about
why did
today.
we wait until, I think Paul's point is correct. We should have had a council back in March. I mean, if really we can't.
We weren't a
The
surrounding
question is-
community back in March.
Okay, wait, that's not the question on the floor right now. The question on the floor is about traffic studies, what we're going to do today, not what we should have done 6 months
No,
ago.
my point is that I feel like we're in a hole, and so we need to move as quickly as possible. That's my point. Ideally, if we were sitting back in March and we could say, yeah, let's do everything at the recommendation of council, but I don't think we have that time. I think we've run out of the time. I mean, to do the kind of
So you want
further
the
data
council that you
collection.
decide on.
What's that?
You want to decide the expert, because we don't have
No,
time to let our expert and council do it.
I'm not saying that, I don't want to determine who the expert is. The decision I want to be made is that we hire an expert. And again, that person can be selected by the town manager. That's fine. But the sense that I get, that's not gonna happen at Stephen's initiative unless we tell him to do that. I mean, because it hasn't happened to date. And I understand, Stephen feels like his approach is best. I just disagree.
And I guess may I
Oh.
respond? We can move the question along. I mean, I feel like that's kind of
Okay.
somewhat of an indictment of
And
my credibility.
I disagree with that completely, that we don't have an expert on traffic because of the process that our town manager has undergone. And right now, the question on the table, Mark did a motion and there was no second. And
I think there's a clear consensus that, I think there's a clear consensus, will, desire, whatever, that when we have the attorneys and they say, geez, you need to hire your own traffic expert to do a traffic study, to do a peer review, to collect data, whatever they say, that we don't have to wait for a select board meeting to do that. So I'm prepared to take action when when council makes that recommendation.
Mark?
Well, and something Stephen said I think is important, and that is, you know, we don't know what we're hiring a traffic expert today to do. You know, are we gonna hire somebody to stand at the corner of William Street and Deepwoods and count traffic because we think that's an important intersection? Or are we gonna hire somebody to go out and scour all the literature known to the Pioneer Valley area to find out all the traffic studies that have done, when in fact, you know, until you have a deliverable to say, go do a traffic study, is like, here's a blank check and go to work for me and don't stop until you've run up enough bills that you feel comfortable, and then we'll come and tell you whether you did the right thing at the time it comes to do our negotiation with MGM. Because, you know, it may be that some of the data needs to be refuted or discussed, and some of the data may not be. Some of the data may be good, some of the data may not be as I'll say timely. But the essence of the entire discussion is, what's the impact gonna be in the future of a casino? Not what's the traffic today. And to that means, and to that end, I believe that hiring somebody who understands traffic and can work, you know, in a methodology that's generally acceptable in whatever traffic study methodology is, we're not behind the eight ball. You know, we'd be behind the eight ball if we needed to go out and hire people to count cars. And very honestly, it does no good to count cars in September and October of 2013 when you're trying to project what's gonna happen, because you may catch a good week, bad weather, good weather, whatever it is, as opposed to going out and getting the traffic counts that have been out there, that are long established, that are considered the norms for the area. So I see no reason to run out and hire somebody until we've got a well-defined scope of work, and we don't have a well-defined scope of work. We may need somebody to support our legal team, and when we do, our attorneys will tell us, and I think we should get one then.
Marie?
Paul?
I thought we all agreed that we were looking for traffic information about the impact of a casino in Springfield and Long Meadow.
Yeah.
But Paul, it's engineering. There's different ways to get to that answer. It's not as simple like.
Well, no, yes, because Mark said, what's our deliverable? We want to know what the impact
Yeah.
of a casino in Springfield is on traffic in Long Meadow.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care how they get to it, because I'm not gonna understand it, but I don't really care how they get to it. I think what the deliverable is exactly what you said.
Exactly.
And that's simple. That, Alex, whether it's a traffic count or a traffic expert, it doesn't matter. So if we authorize the town manager to hire someone to determine the impact of the impact of traffic from a casino being built in Springfield on Long Meadow, that gives him the leeway.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion, because it gives him the leeway to whether or not we need a traffic count or what we were talking about.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's what we're looking for, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's.
Thank you, Paul.
Yes,
Yes.
that's very well stated. And can I say one thing, and
Actually,
I will stop talking
I didn't
about it.
understand what you said exactly, but
Yeah.
I'll get clarification.
But we're getting there.
Just for a discussion, I'll say one thing and I'll stop talking about it. The reason why we have not hired lawyers, hired consultants, we became a surrounding community under the definition statute the day the Springfield referendum passed. No sooner than that, okay? And that was in the end of July. The other thing is,
2 months ago.
we don't have unlimited funds to do battle on this thing. We have a budget, the budget you all presented to town meeting got approved, is up against the Prop 2.5 cap. We're using a substantial portion of free cash to balance it because of votes at town meeting. We do have additional free cash, but we also may have additional cost pressures. So it's not, they all said it, it's not guaranteed you're gonna get all the money back when you do this. And I'm trying to be as responsible with our precious taxpayer resources as I possibly can while balancing the needs, this process that we're in, the pressures of the development, the confines of the statute, and all of the other factors. So it's not passive because I don't. I wouldn't say it's passive. It's measured because we just can't throw unlimited money at this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. There is a second.
Actually, what is
and
the motion?
the motion yes, I think you're asking
Do
for
you
the
have it, or
repeat.
you want me to repeat it?
I have, motion to authorize the town manager to hire someone to determine.
My motion is to authorize the town manager to deliver to the select board a study that will, what's the word I'm looking for?
You said to
Measure.
identify
To
the
identify,
impact.
to identify the impact of a casino, the impact of traffic in Long Meadow of a casino being built in Springfield.
Does that sound right, Debbie?
Identify the impact of a casino.
Of traffic
Traffic.
from a casino being placed in Springfield.
And are you comfortable with that for the second?
Yes, it was to
Mhm.
hire somebody to identify the impact. Not to do a study, but to identify the impact.
So,
And-
but,
and-
right, they're gonna come back to us and say, I need to do a whole new traffic study, or I have enough data, or whatever it is, I mean,
Okay.
but
Any-
that's,
Any discussion on the motion?
That sounds great to me.
Okay,
This is what I've been
sounds
asking
good.
for.
Well, he just crafted it so perfectly. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Yes, okay.
That's a good dialogue.
Okay, now, moving on, Casino Forum. Right now, the dates we're looking at that everyone seemed to agree with were the 15th and the 16th of October.
What days of the week are those?
Let me see.
it is a Tuesday, Wednesday.
Is there, everyone still have okay with that, those two dates? Can't think of any problem. And in regards to.
15th,
that's the
16th.
15th, 16th of October.
Did you see my email that the 16th is better for the school?
Oh, yes, that was my next question, is where we were going to have it. I was looking at the auditorium here. I looked at the over 60 room, and I looked at the community house. And I wanted to know your opinion
The other
on.
good place that is Glenwood,
Glenbrook.
Glenbrook Middle
Glenbrook
School. They have a smaller auditorium
Oh, they have a smaller auditorium.
than what they have here, but LCTV has broadcast a lot of meetings there.
Now.
If this isn't available.
How many, I mean, how much, like, the over 60 room is only able to hold like 60, yeah.
Glenbrook's gotta be 200 people.
200
No, it's
people.
far more than that.
250.
Yeah, it's a big I mean, it's smaller than I think what they have here, but it's a big auditorium. It's much bigger than what you're gonna get in over 60 room. It's gonna be bigger than what you're gonna get in the community house.
And I haven't
acoustically,
checked
it's
the
a lot
avail,
better.
it's but not better than our new auditorium.
No, but better than the community house. Should not, people
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
can't hear while
and
they're
that, so should I look at Glenbrook? Or does everyone feel we should stick to the high school auditorium because it's
No.
going to be such a big
If
issue?
it's Glenbrook, it's Glenbrook. Glenbrook's might be fine.
There's been a lot of forums up at Glenbrook that the town has had for budgets and things like that in the past.
Has LCTV said they could do it in Glenbrook, or have you posed that
I,
question?
this was the first time I've heard about
Okay.
Glenbrook, was tonight.
They've done it in the past at Glenbrook.
No, I recall that,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
but,
Yeah.
um,
They
Yeah.
debate there.
Yeah, we've had
but
debates.
I
there,
guess
we've
what,
had everything
I'm
there,
just
yeah.
wondering is, they're going to this remote, I mean, do they have the same capacity to do it the old-fashioned way? I mean, I just don't know.
I'm not too sure. The issue is how many, so people are more comfortable than Glenbrook than the new auditorium? And that's
I'm
because,
just giving a suggestion in terms of if you want a specific date.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the community house is a really bad place to hold a meeting. It's acoustically, we've had,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
what was the, Twin Hills, when it was for sale, we had a forum in there, and you can't, if you're standing in the back, you really can't hear when people are talking, and
the echo's very bad in
Yeah.
there. So, I will look again, Glenbrook, if Glenbrook's not available those nights, we'll look at the high school auditorium because it would hold more residents. Now, the issue is, how do people feel about inviting MGM to the casino forum to listen rather, or to have one of their presentations?
I know some people felt both ways about it. I mean, I've made my position clear about that I'm opposed to a casino in Springfield. I'm part of this citizen petition. But I have no problem with MGM showing up if they want to. I don't want them to determine the calendar on it. I don't want MGM to say, well, you know, sometime else is better. I mean, to me, if they can be there on the day that we select, fine. And if they want to say something about it, that's fine too. But I would also suggest that if we're going to have somebody like that, we invite somebody who is anti-casino and is knowledgeable. I think one of our emailers might have suggested a state senator. I can't remember her name, but she's on the Foxborough documentary.
I think it's Sue Tucker.
Sue Tucker, exactly. I think it would be useful to have somebody to provide that perspective.
Mark?
I'm opposed to us starting or holding a casino debate. I think the intent is that it's a forum for our residents. I suggested inviting MGM, but not giving them the floor to make a presentation, but rather to be able to answer things either factually, or I'm sure people will say it's potentially less than factually, however they want to answer them. But I think they should be invited to attend. But it's not to. I mean, I assume, Marie, you're going to lead the forum, so we need to craft the agenda. But to my mind, it's for us to listen to citizens, as opposed to and it ought not be citizens who want to stand up and give a 2-hour PowerPoint presentation either. I think it's there'll be time for that at the town meeting, I suspect.
Okay, why don't I see, because we're, yeah.
I mean, I don't get, I mean, the idea of MGM coming in for factual information, I mean, that's their presentation. I mean, you're giving the floor to one side and not the other.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't see us doing that. I mean, I
Well,
don't see
no,
them
but-
giving if I was leading this, I wouldn't ask them to give a slideshow. I wouldn't ask anyone else
it
to
wouldn't
give
be
a slideshow.
but even there's
Yeah.
the fact that they get to give their spiel.
No, I would say they would be there to listen, to listen to what the
Okay, so they're
concerns
not,
of it.
so they're gonna be
But how about
there-
answer questions?
If someone, well,
Okay, then that's their
I
spiel.
don't, but no, my concern is if you have them answer questions, then it becomes attacking MGM, and then someone else comes up there. I want it to have a chance for people to express their concerns, and
Right.
it's the residents' time
But
to
it's
speak.
so a forum is to express concerns and not for residents to hear and learn? And we're assuming that everybody's got their opinion? Because if we assume everybody's got the opinion, then what we want to do is just have everybody come up and speak for 2 minutes so that we can hear what they have to say and figure out what the sense of the town is. I mean, what's the goal of the forum? Is the goal to educate the people of the town? Is it for us to hear how the town feels, what's going on as we move forward? I don't, are we gonna invite our attorneys to be there?
Yes, I would invite the attorneys to hear also, yeah.
I supported having MGM there from the standpoint of, quite frankly, I would love for our town residents, because I think our town residents are very knowledgeable. I think that we don't need a state senator, because from the emails that we've gotten, they've got more information probably than most anti-casino websites do around the country. So my perspective was, let them come and and take some of the arrows. That's what and I don't mean to, get up and get nasty, but if someone has a specific question, because the concerns that I'm hearing and that you're hearing are people are worried about the quality of life in Long Meadow. MGM's not gonna answer that. I doubt they'll even show up, because it's not gonna be, we're the fly, and they're not gonna show up to this, in my opinion. But what people are really worried about is not, how many gaming tables they're gonna have. They wanna know what's gonna happen. They wanna voice their frustrations to us. So my only reason to have MGM there was really just to say, if someone really wants to go at them, let them go at them. But if they also want to hear, as the Mark said, what what MGM is saying, look, MGM, if they're invited, are going to come in and say, this is a great thing for the economy. You're going to get your house values are going to go up. People are going to buy homes in Long Meadow, or tremendous, whatever. And that's their spiel, and I don't disagree,
Right.
that's what they're gonna say. But I think, from what the emails that I've gotten, and I know that you've gotten, the research has already been done. I think that people can come in and ask, so, in other words, they're gonna come in and talk to us about it. We're not gonna refute them, our residents, I mean. But if you really wanna have a dialogue, then I think having someone from MGM there to just to let people go, let them ask them. I'm not looking to have a pro or anti-casino debate. Quite frankly, we haven't heard from anybody, let me go back. I haven't heard from anybody who said, I want the casino in Springfield.
I have.
I
Okay, well,
have.
good, no, that's good for
I
you,
have.
that's, I
But
haven't.
what I will do is, let me see what's available.
feeling
I'll try to
properly.
book the room. I will also even see if MGM's even interested in coming and speak to the attorneys and see the attorney's opinion on maybe they've done these forms and where we would go with that. So right now, I will get back to you on the exact date and location, hopefully by the next meeting.
So what's the decision? I'm not
Right
sure
now, the decision,
on MGM being there.
first I'll call and see if MGM's even interested in coming.
Can I ask
Yeah?
a question?
Mhm.
When the discussion about the casino forum came up,
Mhm.
there was not an article on town meeting warrant about the subject. And the question is, since there will be a discussion about it now at town meeting, is that the proper forum?
I'm sorry, is what the
Town meeting?
is the town meeting the proper
I
forum
think,
for
that I
what?
think, I guess what I'm saying.
You're saying we're repetitive by
What
doing
I'm
this
saying is, when-
3
when-
weeks before town meeting.
You know, having the forum is the select board's decision, and I've just been listening to the debate on it. And I think the goal that I originally perceived from the forum, I think will be accomplished in light of the article on the town meeting warrant, which will essentially stimulate that discussion I think we all want to hear from the residents. So if we're going to, and I think it's fine to give the residents 2 bites at the apple, if this is such a huge issue, but I perceive it as redundancy, and I'm just throwing that out there for consideration.
Okay.
I mean, I guess one thing Mark, you posed the question of, is it a debate or is it education? To me, those are two sides of the same coin. People learn from debates. I mean, we have presidential debates, people learn from them. That clash of ideas usually is what tends to produce truth. In the courtroom, we call cross-examination the crucible of truth. So to me, there's no, to me, you're moving away from truth and illumination by giving one side a chance to give their spiel and not giving the other. So, I mean, to me, let's have that debate if they want to show up. If they don't, then that's on them.
And can I just say one thing about town meeting? We don't control town meeting, the town moderator does. So to say that we're gonna have our citizens debate at town meeting, this is a form, there's a significant difference, because the town moderator can say, we've had 10 people speak against it, time to move the question. If we wanna hear from our residents, then the proper format is a select board forum. The town meeting is a separate idea, that's a citizen's petition, it could be withdrawn by the citizen. So it doesn't mean that will actually be debated on the floor of town meeting, and it'll be less debated there than it will be probably in a forum.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is take the first step, try to find the location, find the time, and I will report to the next meeting on where we're going with it.
Can I just
Okay.
ask one other question
Sure.
regarding casinos? I would like to ask that we invite our state rep and our state senator to a select board meeting. I'm not even sure where they voted on this, but, this is regardless of what their vote was, they represent this town, they come in every 2 years and give us a report about how great things are, and then we don't see them. And this is a significant issue, that if we're gonna have issues with arbitration and mitigation and so forth, these folks need to hear from us and even possibly be at that forum.
Well, I would say the forum might be a good place, because I don't know what we would be learning from them during our select
Well,
board
I-
meetings, which tend to run so long.
No, but I think we have specific questions that, we ask the attorney, we're talking about traffic, and we're saying that the deadline's not really the deadline, and, these folks are our representatives in Boston. And to that regard, they need to answer to us and the citizens of the town that they represent as to what are they gonna do to help us. I believe that's their goal, is they voted on this legislation one way or the other. And I can't recall how they did, but
I do.
I do
Okay.
too,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think,
okay.
I mean,
We need
actually,
to-
could I mean, I don't know if it
Well,
wasn't a motion.
we
but
don't have, we
I
don't
wanna
have,
endorse-
there's not
oh,
much time left.
Okay, I want to endorse Paul's idea.
Okay, I think it's a waste of time to bring them in because it's already, legislation's already passed. They're not gonna make any changes on the legislation. We might be irritated with, or happy with how they voted one way or another. They're not gonna be able to make any
But that's
changes
actually
on
the
this.
point. You just said it. There are legislators.
Yeah, but
If they-
we should have complained to them a year ago, because right now, we're stuck in a situation that we've gotta fight our way through. I agree to inviting them to the forum. Inviting them here, I think, would just be, there'll be no changes in what can happen. In regards to, is there anything that you need to tell us? We don't have, maybe 5 minutes on the operations consultant or Meriwether?
no, just that the effort for the DPW consultant we talked about is, I put in a draft scope of work. We'll be reviewing that internally, and preparing to possibly retain counsel. We do have we also have an article in town meeting, warrant to transfer funds to pay for that study.
Consultant, not counsel, right?
Consultant, both.
Okay.
Both,
Both.
but separate.
Oh.
One is DPW,
Uh-huh.
one is for casino mitigation.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant,
So we
okay.
have one of each, so just the DPW stays ongoing, although the regionalization meeting I was at today was also part of that, a grant program the state has to do things like this, and so I'm trying to, in light of the availability of grant funds, I'm trying to find a way to maybe reshape what we wanna do to fit the criteria of the granting authority, so we can get some financial assistance to do what we wanna do with the DPW in terms of reorganization. In terms of, my report is, I tried to highlight in my cover memo, some of the big things. I mean, obviously, the thing that was in the Long Meadow News, people do need to know that the work will be on William Street. We understood from the very beginning of the project that people were gonna ask, why are they doing the work on William Street during the school year? Why are they working during the school day? I tried to, we were proactive answering that question through the news media, as best we could, but for those who didn't see the paper, on a drainage project, you have to start at the deep end. The deep end is on Meriwether and at Captain Road. And so you have to go start at the deep end and work your way back to the people at Woodside, who were the ones who really needed this more than anybody. And that was just, the timing of the work made it so they didn't get to Williams until this time. But the project is maybe a week behind schedule, but for the most part, on schedule. And in terms of starting at 7, I mean, the contractor has the discretion to work within their contractual workday. And, it's, the comment was, we just have them start at 8. Well, it takes 2 hours to excavate the trench, and then 2 hours to fill it. So it's, back to grade at the end of the night, because we wanted all roads, and we wanted roads to be passable. And so that's 4 hours. If you're only working till, if they start at 8, it leaves them very little time to actually put in the drainage pipe and things like that. So it's a circumstance we certainly sought to avoid, but to some extent it was unavoidable. And so the goal is now get them through the work on William Street as fast as possible, and shortening the workday doesn't help us do that. So we want to get the work done as fast as possible. We hope you'll be patient, but we expect them to be down and across onto Woodside, hopefully by the end of September, early October, and the project should be all done by the end of October.
Any
Can I
questions?
just a couple of questions, since I drive on Meriwether several times a day. The comment about making it passable at the end of the day, I would question whether it's passable today, or yesterday, or over the weekend. I mean, all I'm saying is, from my perspective and everybody else, either make it passable or close the road, because leaving it the way it was left over the weekend is unacceptable for the residents. Everybody going down that road at 1 mile an hour is gonna replace the front end of their car.
Was
So
it bad?
and if you don't know, then you ought to go down. Bad is an understatement. It was unacceptable. It's unacceptable for the town of Long Meadow to consider that an open road, period.
I'll have to find out, because
And
this
if
is
you
the,
go down-
because I think
and
so far.
It was like that at 5 o'clock tonight, it was like that at 6:30 when I came back here, and it's gonna be,
I'll look
yes,
into that. I mean, I
it's
think,
terrible.
for the most part, for the duration of the project, it has been pretty good. I haven't heard.
It's abysmal.
Right now, it's bad.
Abysmal.
Yeah.
It's like that all weekend.
The one thing that they will do is they've loamed and seeded and put all the landscaping back at the outfall area, and this is something that I think I talked about before is a lesson learned from Maple Road. Rather than do all the trenching and all the pipe and then going back to the very beginning of the job and then doing all loam and seeding, they're making the job go in segments. So when they leave Merriweather, by and large, it'll be all put back together. Other than, I think they'll probably just do binder coat and let the road settle over the winter, and then finish paving will be done in the springtime. But, people's lawns and loaming and seeding will all be done before they move on. That's the
Grass is
important
already
part.
growing and.
Yeah, so it's, there's one
Really?
positive.
That's nice. That's good to hear.
But I'll check into it, Mark, 'cause like I said,
Yeah.
I think so far they've been okay with that, but
Yeah, this
Sounds bad.
weekend was terrible.
Any other questions for Stephen?
Yeah, I just had a few questions from the town reports that we got sent, Stephen,
Mhm.
and I don't know, somewhere in the DPW report, it said, proposals are in development, water meters. I have no clue what that could be about, since we just replaced all the water meters in town. If you could find out about that and let us know. And also, there was also a comment in our finance department report that said a side-by-side comparison of Mass Group Insurance Commission, GIC health plans, along with Scantic Valley plans, has been prepared in draft form. Was that somebody's request, or is that a normal?
I believe that was a request by Marie Doyle.
Yeah, the GIC versus Scantic Valley thing has been something we've been talking about quite a bit. And I think that's probably Paul Pasturzik report that, because he
Right,
does
he
the work on
reported
that. And I also, I know Scantic Valley had a meeting where they also made some other changes that will help benefit our health insurance costs and have the net effect of lowering our OPEB liability in the future, that I will report on at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, and two other things. It says, in Chief Madison's report, it said the fire department received approval from FEMA to expend the $29,000 in surplus funds. Equipment has been ordered and is expected to be delivered in September. I read into that something that I'm not sure is accurate to have read into it. Can you explain what this $29,000 in surplus funds are and why they're being expended by the fire department?
Good catch.
It wasn't a catch, it was out there for everybody to read.
Maybe you have to report
Yeah, I mean,
next
I don't
time,
need it right now.
because that would probably have to come from
Who's the fire
our chief.
Here we go, sorry. I don't know,
Just so you know, my sense is that when we submitted FEMA reimbursement for the October 2011 storm, somehow we ended up with excess funds, which had been reported before, and we never knew why we got them when we questioned them, and they said, no, you really deserve them, I think.
I don't
And-
remember that.
Oh, yeah, because I was tracking that money real carefully, Marie. And I think that's what it's from, October, but it may not be that October 2011 storm fund. But if it is, I still question of, how did that money get expended for the fire? So that's why I'm thinking it's other funds if it's being spent by the fire department. This might have been a special grant or something, so if you could just figure that out.
Marie?
Yes.
Just a question. I was looking at the police monthly report, and it's a little bit more detailed than before. I don't know, is that in response to my request to make it more substantive? I think it would be really interesting to have the police chief come in, and so we can talk about what that report would really look like, so that we could meaningfully function as police commissioners.
Okay, I will.
I think we may be boiling down what the function of a police commissioner is, would probably be the good first question, because I don't perceive that it's very much, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But I'd be interested in learning to answer that question too. On reporting, and I know we've talked about reporting in the past. We are, I said, we're about to initiate this StatNet project with UMass Boston, and I think it's the performance measurement is going to be data-driven, and I think that may play into how we report what we do, so I'd like to hold off on making changes to the reporting format's the one that was here when I got here. And so I'd like to hold off on changing it, only to change it again if we find a better way of doing it through the StatNet project. If we get through the StatNet thing and we realize that we really didn't get anything different, then I'd happily change the reporting format, but I don't wanna change it and then change it again, and I'd rather have some continuity. But certainly we can invite the police chief to come talk about what they do.
Well, I guess what I'm just getting at is, I mean, usually when somebody gives me a responsibility, I want to fulfill it. And in terms, and if I'm thinking of the select board as a policymaking body, this information, a one-page report once a month doesn't begin to understand what is going on in the police department and how we would be providing that policy direction. So, and maybe we haven't been doing that in the past, but it seems like we ought to be, because if we're gonna be held responsible, we have to, exercise that responsibility, so.
Alex, the same goes for an awful lot of other things on the list, though. I mean, we're water and sewer commissioners too, and there's a lot more it's just such all-encompassing things that
Right, but we did set the rates, and, that was,
All right, I'll keep that in mind, and we have one last thing we've got to do, and that is the,
I have two things I just
oh,
want
I'm
to ask
sorry,
for.
yeah.
One is, I know we're gonna discuss at some point in time the warrant articles and, bring it on the agenda to talk about. Can we just get a list of what's already out there, of what's on there, so we have a heads up, before we have them on our meeting, to what's already been,
Well, there's only,
Isn't that
are
in
there
the
only
packet?
two?
That was what was in the packet. The warrant was in our packet this week.
It's under consent agenda.
the warrant articles were under the
Yeah.
consent
There's a
agenda?
draft warrant in there,
Okay, I clicked it, because I'm not, anyway, the other thing is, in the DPW report, Laurel Street, says, it said it's gonna start in October. We were told that that project wasn't gonna start until the spring, because they weren't gonna be able to complete it, because they're working on Merriweather.
We had this discussion internally during our project meeting at DPW. There are parts of that project that can be segmented and into smaller bites, and that's one of the discussions we're having about it. They may start doing some stuff, but there are parts where they could just do a discrete amount of work, button it up for the winter, and be done by November 15th, which is we've implemented as a kind of a drop dead date to stop work.
Okay.
So I will double check on that, but I know we discussed it, but I didn't think we had
What's the
resolved they're gonna
advantage
do it.
what's the advantage to the town other than the contractor getting money up front for the winter? I mean, I don't see any advantage of having that project done in one sweep as opposed to in certain segments, because again, we were told they didn't have the capacity to handle it until Merriweather was done.
Well, this is the question that I asked, and I think it is, based on what we went through, and Maple Road's a high-risk proposition to start it, and this has been my position with DPW. The benefit is you get the work done faster in the road, though, I think that's a sewer project, so the sewer gets upgraded faster, but not at the expense of, traffic delays and bad road for winter, so I will double check on that, Paul, thank you.
Okay, and the last thing we have is the response to open meeting law violation complaint. There any changes to the violation of complaint, or do I hear a motion to approve the response?
I'll move we approve the response, just so we have something out there.
Okay, is there a second? All right, well then, I am required by law to respond to this in a timely manner, so I will send this in and say it was not voted on by the board. That's the only thing I can think of doing. Okay. And if anyone else wants to send in their own response, they can be glad to do it. But as the chair, I'll say it was not voted on by the board, but this is the chair's response to the violation complaint.
Do you know, have you gotten advice from Dave Martell, that's a public document,
Pardon?
your response?
Yes.
It is a public document.
It is a public document,
Okay.
and that's why I could not hand it to, I could not send it, it had to be, he told me, do not put it in the packet and then send it out. Once it does become, I understand it's the public document, I will check with Dave tomorrow morning to make sure my response on how I'm gonna do this, without the board's approval, is allowed. Okay, any other select board comments?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, if you're still watching.
Oh.
You don't even know if LCTV's still there. You can't see.